Good evening, dear listener. Tonight, we settle into something a little special. A gentle tapestry woven from some of our most beloved fairy tales. Each story has been carefully stitched together into a long, unbroken journey of wonder. Perfect for those quiet hours when sleep drifts near. If these nighttime tales bring you comfort, feel free to like the video and subscribe. I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from. Now dim the lights, let the day loosen its hold, and allow yourself to wander softly through this long, dream-woven collection of timeless stories. The Astronaut. Once, there lived an astronomer who was mesmerized by the night sky. He would stay awake all night, admiring the constellations sparkling in the darkness overhead. He lived in a small village in ancient Greece, where the mountains climbed up from the sea. The hillside was dotted with small houses, which formed a constellation of their own. Although he lived in a wonderful place, he had a singular passion. Once he was awakened to the beauty of the night sky, it wasn't long before the astronomer cared for nothing else. The astronomer lived in a squat, white house adorned simply with a bed, dresser, desk, and chair. He didn't need much else because all he did in the house was sleep and record the constellations while sitting at his desk. He had no need for a table or chairs for guests, as he rarely entertained a single friend or relative. He had no time for such things when there was always more of the night sky to discover. What wonders must still lie above to help people navigate, tell the time, and read the seasons, he thought. In his dreams, all he saw were the stars. He wished he could float into space to get a better look at the pinpricks of light that made up his life's work. The little corner of Greece where he lived was blessed with clear skies, and the astronomer wanted to discover as much of them as he could. Each night, he wandered further from the village, feet pacing over the rocky ground, to see the stars from different viewpoints. In the village, the townspeople farmed, gardened, and fished every day. All who lived there knew everything about everyone else. And so, the astronomer felt there was much more possibility in the heavens. Wanting to take full advantage of his nighttime strolls, the astronomer slept in the hot afternoon while his friends and family enjoyed long meals together. At night, while they slumbered, he wandered the fields alone, climbing rolling hills and strolling on rocky paths, always gazing skyward. As dawn broke and the rest of the village was waking up, the astronomer would tuck himself away in the privacy of his home and write down his observations from the night before. Then he'd drift off to sleep, dreaming of the night ahead. He was so consumed by the world of galaxies, planets, and celestial bodies. All the most exciting things, the astronomer thought, happened at night. During the day, light illuminated all. But when the night sky took over, so much remained a mystery. It was a challenge to learn about it all. He watched the seasons pass through the stars, the landscape changing around him while he slept. Since he only went out at night, the astronomer never noticed the blooming of new flowers in spring or the sweet, earthy scent of autumn. Someone else had already learned all there was to know about everything on land. He thought what hid in the night sky was untapped potential secrets and unanswered questions. The astronomer watched Artemis's hunt in the stars. He sought the gods of Olympus in the constellations. Sometimes, under the glint of the moon, he would visit the temple of Artemis to pay tribute to the beauty shining in the sky above. The temple in his village had an open roof, which was perfect for stargazing. He barely noticed the architect's marble columns or carved statues, as he only cared for the creations above. One night, the astronomer was out for his walk, gazing up at the stars, as he always did. He was admiring the way the Big and Little Dipper fit perfectly together. Not looking where he was going, he tripped over a log and found him tangled in his robes on the ground. His neighbor happened to hear the commotion and came out to see what had happened. The astronomer chuckled at his clumsiness and gathered himself together. As the neighbor helped him to his feet, he said, "My friend, why do you spend so much time looking at the stars when you fail to see what is right in front of you?" The astronomer laughed. He thought of the beauty in the stars and the night sky, the joy of gazing at worlds so far away from his own. But perhaps his neighbor was right. Maybe he spent too much time looking up at the sky, not enough time enjoying what was given to him on Earth. The astronomer returned home, and for the first time since he was a child, fell asleep that night. He awoke in the morning to the town coming alive. The sounds of laughter and quiet chatter rolled in the warm breeze outside. At first, the astronomer felt gloomy. What had he missed in the heavens last night? Then, as he dressed and went outside, his smile slowly grew. The same neighbor who had helped him the night before invited him over for breakfast. There was delicious, soft, crusty bread, crisp on the outside and doughy on the inside, along with hard cheeses and a warm mug of strong coffee. How long had it been since the astronomer had eaten freshly baked bread or enjoyed a mug of coffee, shared with a friend as they sat and sipped their coffee around the outdoor table? The astronomer told the neighbor's wife what had happened the night before. When they were finished, the couple decided to accompany him on a walk around the village. They were determined to help him experience everything they loved about their hometown. They set off together to walk down the lane. "Doesn't the soft earth feel wonderful beneath your feet?" they asked him. "Can you smell the fresh bread and coffee all the other villagers are enjoying this morning?" The astronomer's senses were delighted by the aroma of breakfast, and he noticed how the earth was slightly soft but still firm beneath his feet, cushioning each step he took. In all the hours he had spent wandering, he'd never realized how wonderful it could be. If he had paid so much attention to the ground the night before, perhaps he never would have tripped. They walked past a woman selling fruit from a little stand. "I haven't seen you in a while," the fruit seller called to the astronomer, waving him over. "Let's share some fresh juice together." She squeezed oranges into a cup. They let off the delicate and enticing floral scent of orange blossoms. When he took his first sip, the cool, sweet taste of the juice filled his mouth. "Yes, the stars at night are beautiful. But you can't drink the stars," he mused to himself. In that moment, the astronomer thought the glittering constellations only looked half as sweet as this earthly delight. When the neighbors told the fruit seller of their mission to help him see the beauty of the town, she said they must go and visit her niece's garden. For if you are enjoying the wonders on earth, it was the best place in town to do so. "I'll show you the way," she said, closing up her stall in favor of a new life. As they walked down the lane, more and more of their neighbors came out to join them. They weren't used to seeing the astronomer out and about during the day, so they each had a spot they wanted to show him. The astronomer couldn't remember the last time he'd been around so many people. He had opted for the quiet of night rather than the noises of daytime, but now that he was truly listening, he could hear the music in his friends' voices. When the group arrived at the niece's garden, she welcomed them with open arms. "What an honor to have the great astronomer in my garden for the very first time," she said with a smile. Together, he and the townspeople admired the flowers. The niece pointed to a bunch of red blooms growing around a wooden archway. "These are special wildflowers, created by Aphrodite," she told him. The astronomer stood under the arch, admiring the red and green mixing with the brown wood overhead. Flowers smelt piney and a little sweet. He enjoyed them immensely. Next, they looked at a patch of beautiful purple irises. When the astronomer peered at them closely, he could see the white circles surrounding the yellow center that gave the flower its distinctive name. They gazed at orange lilies and white orchids, immersing themselves in the fresh and fragrant air of the garden. When it was time to leave, the niece decided to join the rest of her neighbors on their walk around the village. Watching the astronomer experiencing these pleasures for the first time was reminding everyone just how wonderful life on Earth could be. The astronomer strolled in the middle of the group as they left the center of the village and continued down the road to the Temple of Apollo. Pillars of the temple glittered in the sunlight. The astronomer noticed the change underfoot as he stepped from the dirt path to the temple's marble floor. The heat of the day was growing, and he appreciated the cool ground beneath him and the roof above. It was quite different from the temple of Artemis, he thought. He took a moment to stand still, his feet pressed into the marble floor, and a gentle breeze wound its way through the pillars, keeping him cool in the shade of the temple. The other townspeople around him explored the building, admiring the statues and carvings on the walls. He enjoyed the feeling of staying still while the world moved around him. Perhaps he need not always be in motion, he thought. Sometimes it was best to take a break from work and study and just enjoy existing in the moment. When he was ready, he walked slowly around the walls of the temple, admiring the details. The great artists and architects had embedded them into this special place, which was used for community gatherings and for paying homage to the gods. When the sun rose higher in the sky, the group left the temple and gathered in the shaded village square for lunch. They each shared what they had: soft cheeses, leftover bread from the morning, roasted barley, and juicy olives. The astronomer relished each burst of flavor in his mouth. Before, he had hurried through meals, stealing bites in between long periods of stargazing. Now, he appreciated taking the time to savor these delicious foods. How have I never taken the time to really experience this before? He wondered. He ate slowly, enjoying the sweet and salty tastes intermingled on his tongue, and noticing how the crunchy barley and soft cheese complemented each other perfectly. When they'd finished the main course, the fruit seller fetched a basket of her produce for dessert. The villagers drizzled the different fruits with honey, making them even sweeter and more decadent. The astronomer took a bite of each, delighting in the rich flavors. After the meal, the people lazily walked back to their homes for a nap. They waved goodbye to each other, promised to visit again soon. Sleep during the day was one thing the astronomer was used to, but when he got home and lay down on his bed, he couldn't fall asleep. Instead, he paid attention to the soft sound of his breath moving in and out of his body. He listened to the gentle twittering of birds outside, accompanied by the soft buzzing of bees. Through the open window, he smelled the flowers in the garden. A light gust of wind brought in all the delightful aromas of herbs, spices, and greenery. He lay there, resting his body using his senses to immerse himself in the world around him. As the sun drifted lower in the sky, the astronomer heard a knock at the door. His neighbors had come to fetch him. There was one more thing they wanted to show him this evening. Together, they walked the winding path up the mountain next to the village. The path was narrower here, and the parade of townsfolk carried blankets and baskets on their heads. The evening breeze rustled the shrubs around them. Birds followed along above, wondering where the procession of villagers was going. The astronomer watched the clicking heels of the woman in front of him and heard the footsteps of the man behind. His senses felt alive, heightened in a way he had never experienced before, even at night. When they reached a plateau, they spread out the blankets and unpacked the food. Looking around, he realized everyone had brought all of the finest things in their pantries. The farmer took out fresh vegetables and meats. The fisherman unpacked salted herring and calamari. Boiled eggs were sliced and passed around, and everyone shared wine from an ornate glass jug. People talked and laughed, but the astronomer sat in silence, taking everything in. He listened to the stories of his new friends' lives that he had so often ignored before. He saw the way the trees swayed in the wind, casting shadows on the rocks dotting the mountainside. He could see the village below and the peak of the mountain above, and he enjoyed the aromas of all the different foods the people had lovingly prepared. Soon, the sun began to paint the sky in vibrant hues. In all the time the astronomer had sought the stars, he had never before appreciated their opening act. He had always waited for the sunset to finish and night to fall. But now that he had slowed down, he could admire each shade of yellow, red, and purple as the sun lowered itself sleepily behind the mountain's peak. When the final rays of sun disappeared beneath the horizon, the villagers packed up the remaining food and folded the blanket, ready to go home for the night. The astronomers stopped them. "Now I have something to show you," he said. His friends unfurled their blankets and lay down on the soft earth, watching the sky grow dark overhead, glittering white and yellow stars began to poke through the darkness, delighting the villagers watching from below. The astronomer had seen the stars many times before. He'd never noticed how their bright light brought out the shadows of the trees and heightened the contrast of the ground below. He lay back on his blanket, admiring each constellation as it revealed itself. One by one, he pointed them out to the villagers, who were appreciative to be sharing in his knowledge. "I understand why you like to walk at night, but isn't it also wonderful to be still?" "The stars?" his neighbor asked him. The astronomer nodded his head in agreement. He didn't always have to be searching for something new when so much beauty revealed itself around him every night. He wanted to fully take it in, not rush to discover the next thing. As they lay there stargazing, the villagers felt their eyelids growing heavy. They began to yawn, and they knew it was time to pack up their things, go home to bed. In a slow and careful line, they tiptoed down the mountain. The astronomer felt the path beneath his feet, noticing each pebble or twig he passed over. The stars illuminated the way home, and as they walked, the villagers whispered of all they'd seen in the sky above. When they reached the village square, all the townspeople waved goodbye. One after another, they retreated into their homes, finding cozy spots on soft mattresses and under warm blankets. The astronomer, too, went back to his house, but instead of crawling into bed, he brought a pillow and blanket outside. He laid them down on a soft patch of grass and rested his head on the pillow. The night he would dream of start again, but this time he would fully realize their beauty. He slowly let his eyes close as the light breathes gentle hooting of owls. Lulled him to sleepless sky. As a travel writer, Ben was used to moving around. He'd been all over the world. But this summer, he was going to a place that he'd wanted to visit for a long time, and he couldn't wait to get there. Ben specialized in writing about beaches, as these were his favorite spots. Poseidon's Quest, Part 1 and 2. On this trip, he would be flying to Spain, one of the countries with the best beaches in the world. After doing a lot of research, Ben had decided to visit Mallorca, the largest of Spain's Balearic Islands, which are located in the Mediterranean. Here, he would stay in Puerto Cristo, a small fishing village on the eastern coast. Ben was a great swimmer, and he enjoyed diving as well. Puerto Cristo seemed to have some nice diving areas, which was what attracted him in the first place. When Ben finally boarded the plane, he could barely contain his excitement as the airplane reached its cruising altitude. He opened the window shade and watched the clouds. The plane was flying smoothly, and the clouds looked like white, fluffy cotton. Moving through the clouds reminded Ben of how he felt when he was floating in the water. He felt the same kind of lightness, like he didn't weigh a thing. For a while, he watched the changing shapes of the clouds and imagined that he was a small, light bird crossing the sky. He felt a sense of freedom, imagining that he could go anywhere in the world just by flapping his wings. As he imagined this, Ben felt his body becoming even lighter. When he pictured the bird's wings moving effortlessly, his own arms and legs felt particularly light and relaxed. Relaxation finally took over his whole body, and when his eyelids fell under the spell, he calmly drifted into sleep. Some hours later, Ben was woken up by a voice coming through the airplane speakers. They were about to land, and fastened his seatbelt and rubbed his eyes. Through the window, he saw pieces of land that seemed to float atop the blue sea. As the plane approached the ground, the islands became clearer. Ben could see flashes of green, brown, and ivory as the trees, plants, and rock formations grew in size and detail. He was already imagining all the things that he would do once he landed. His mind and heart were filled with excitement. A little while later, Ben got on the bus to Puerto Cristo, and after a relaxing 2-hour journey, he arrived in his hotel room. Ben was pleased to see that the room was clean and neat. The colors were a combination of white, light browns, and light blues. The bed had just been made. Ben lay down, took a deep breath. The air smelled nice and fresh, and the pillows and sheets were very comfortable. The room was not that big, but it was extremely cozy. It felt like his own personal nest. He closed his eyes and breathed slowly and deeply as he began to unwind. As he was relaxing on the bed, he felt a breeze on his feet. It was coming from a sliding door. Ben got up and stepped outside. On the balcony, he caught his first glimpse of the gorgeous hotel pool. It was huge. Breathing in, he noticed that the air was salty and tasted like the ocean. As he took in the beach scent and the view of the pool, he wanted to be at the seaside right away. He got ready and left the hotel. Once Ben was outside, the salt in the air was more evident. The breeze carried the essence of the ocean throughout the town. Ben could imagine tiny grains of sand getting tangled in his hair as it was combed by the light wind. It was about 4 in the afternoon, and the sun was just right. It was bright, but not so hot anymore. Ben felt the comforting warmth of the sun's rays as he made his way down to the beach. The sand was fine and smooth. Walking barefoot felt like being massaged by tiny beads. The water was a clear shade of blue, and some areas even shimmered turquoise under the sunlight. The ocean looked like an infinite pool of freshness and beauty. Admiring the view in front of him, Ben felt deeply relaxed. As he let the water wash over his feet, he could feel a wave of calm rising through his body. The moment felt so peaceful. He wanted to stay there forever. At last, Ben continued to make his way through the shallows. He walked slowly as the small waves lapped over his feet. All of a sudden, Ben felt a slight tremor in the ground beneath him. Though it only lasted for a few seconds, he was sure that there was something unusual about the tremor, maybe even something magical, though perhaps was just his imagination. But then he saw something peculiar. out of the corner of his eye. It looked like a golden stick flying past him. Now, Ben was convinced that something strange was going on. As he squinted and looked around, trying to find where the stick had come from, he noticed something else. A few meters ahead, the water was moving, and these weren't ordinary waves. Curious to see what was happening, Ben moved towards the strange waves, and then, when he was almost there, he saw a man emerging from the water. Before Ben could come any closer, the stranger raised his hand in a commanding gesture, telling him to stop. The man had a peculiar look. He was middle-aged, muscular, and taller than Avrit, and he had a long, tangled beard. A moment later, the man went underwater. Ben could see the surface churning vigorously. He wanted to get a closer look and see what was going on, but remembering the man's gesture, he continued to keep his distance. After a few seconds, the water began to settle. When it was completely still, the man emerged again and signaled to Ben to come closer. Ben walked forward, and as the sea became gradually deeper, he had to swim to reach the stranger. The water around the man was tranquil, and it also looked somewhat different, like it was glowing slightly. There seemed to be actual ripples forming and vibrating around his presence. Perhaps Ben's eyes were playing a trick on him, but before he could decide, the stranger spoke to him. "I'm in need of your help, young man," the stranger said. His eyes were the color of the ocean. They seemed calm, like the surrounding waters, but his expression looked troubled. "Very important possession of mine has gone missing," the man continued. "I need you to find it. It is my golden trident, my most powerful protection against sea monsters." At first, Ben thought that this was a joke, but then he remembered the golden stick that he had seen flying past him. He asked the stranger why he owned a trident. The man looked him in the eye and replied, "I am Poseidon, god of the sea." Ben gaped in amazement. Here, standing right in front of him, was a man who claimed to be a Greek god. Poseidon explained that as the god of the sea, he had command over water. Every sea creature obeyed him. To prove this, he raised his right arm. As he did this, a column of water emerged from the ocean. Poseidon moved his arm in a circular motion. The column followed his movements, and the water formed a ring. When he stopped moving his arm, a perfect hoop of water was floating above the sea. Ben gasped. But that wasn't all. Poseidon then made a peculiar sound. A couple of seconds later, Ben spotted a fin emerging from the water a few meters out. It was a dolphin. The dolphin swam fast, and when it was next to Poseidon, it leaped into the air and through the water hoop. It then remained by Poseidon's side as though greeting an old friend. As Poseidon stroked the dolphin's head, he explained what it meant to be the god of the sea. One of his duties was to protect people from sea monsters. He had just finished dealing with a group of them. Unfortunately, during this encounter, the trident had flown out of his grasp. Poseidon couldn't leave this spot because he had to keep an eye out for more. Besides, there were also other important tasks that he needed to take care of in the water. His work as god of the sea kept him busy. This was why he needed Ben's help to find his trident. For a moment, Ben was speechless. The man really was Poseidon, the ancient god of myth and legend. He remembered what he'd seen earlier, a golden stick flying in the air. When he mentioned this, Poseidon nodded. Whenever the trident wasn't in his hands, it turned into a golden staff that almost looked like a regular stick. The god seemed thoughtful as he looked at Ben, and he asked, "What is your name, young man?" Ben replied that his name was Benjamin, or Ben to his friends. Poseidon smiled and said, "Ben can offer you something in return for your health. It will be of great value for your work and travels. There is a magical parchment that contains a map of this whole planet and its waters. You just need to tap on the specific water that you want to visit, and it will take you there." In an instant, Poseidon put his hand in the sea, pulled out the magical map. He told Ben to place the tip of his right index finger wherever he wanted to go. Ben had been to Hawaii several times, so he thought it would be an easy place to confirm the parchment's powers. He carefully tapped his finger on the shores of Honolulu. In an instant, Ben felt his body being smoothly transported to the turquoise waters he knew so well. He had been there so many times that the landscape was unmistakable. Golden sand, palm trees, the rise and fall of lush hills in the distance. Completely awestruck, Ben realized that Poseidon was telling the truth about the parchment. It really did have magical powers. After tapping the map once again, Ben found himself instantly transported back to the beach, Puerto Cristo. The journey was so quick and smooth, it was as though he'd never left. Ben thanked Poseidon for offering him this exceptionally valuable gift. It would be so useful for his future travels, and of course, he agreed to help Poseidon with his search for the trident. The god of the sea explained that Ben wouldn't have to do it alone. Because of the importance of the mission, he would be helped by a special creature. Her name was Crystal. She was a fish when she was in the water, but turned into a bright firefly when she was in the air. Poseidon explained that Crystal had a special talent for finding precious objects. She would let Ben know where to look for the trident. She wouldn't stop until they found it. In that moment, a beautiful fish appeared in the water. She was as clear as the ocean, but she also had touches of emerald green and turquoise blue on her scales and fins. Somehow, she even glowed in the water. The beauty of her fish form was hypnotizing. Crystal rose to the surface and came out of the water. She swiftly transformed into a mesmerizing firefly. Her wings were thin, but strong at the same time. She could fly high and fast. And the most beautiful part of her was the light that she emitted. It was bright, but not dazzling. It was a warm and reassuring glow that made Ben feel like he wasn't alone on this journey. He sensed that Crystal was more powerful than she looked, and he knew in his heart that he would be safe if he followed her magnificent colors wherever she went. Ben walked back toward the shore with Crystal flying by his side. When they got to the beach, Crystal flew quickly to the far end and hovered in midair. This was where they had to start looking for the tridents. With everything that had happened this afternoon, Ben was starting to feel tired. He just needed a second of rest. He lay down on the beach and felt his head and neck sinking into the warm sand. His arms, his legs, and feet. The sand molded to the shape of his body. Even the smallest grain of sand seemed to be massaging his tired muscles. Ben took a deep breath in and let the fresh and salty ocean breeze fill his lungs. As he exhaled, he imagined all the tiredness leaving his body. Crystal came toward him, her firefly wings shining in the sunlight. She seemed to understand that he needed a brief moment of rest. She flew over his forehead and hovered there, glowing warmly and calmly. Ben could feel the glow spreading through his face and head. There was something special about Crystal's glow that made him feel like every thought was leaving his mind, as it filled with pure relaxation. Ben breathed slowly and deeply, feeling completely at ease. Next, Crystal hovered over Ben's stomach. His belly was rumbling, and she could tell that he was hungry. But somehow, she managed to create a blanket of warm glow that covered his stomach. While she did this, Ben's mind was filled with images of his favorite food. They felt so real that he could taste delicious fruit on his tongue, and his belly was starting to feel full, just as he was beginning to feel thirsty. Fresh river of water seemed to flow through his throat and body. Felt so relaxed now that he wasn't tired, hungry, or thirsty. He didn't know how, but thanks to Crystal, he was feeling completely rejuvenated. Ben took a deep breath as he slowly got to his feet. When he thanked Crystal, she almost seemed to have understood him as her wings glowed more brightly. Feeling ready to walk on, Ben continued along the beach, with Crystal leading the way. Ben was wearing sandals, and with each step, he could feel the smooth sand moving through his toes. After walking a little further along the shore, Ben followed Crystal into a dense area of trees and other plants. As he stepped into the shade, he noted how dark it was inside the grove. He couldn't see much at first, but this almost didn't matter to him. The little forest was full of herbal scents, felt like he was swimming in a warm cup. Calming tea. Closing his eyes, he breathed in deeply. He didn't want to miss any of those soothing scents. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Crystal was glowing brighter than ever. Feeling calm and relaxed, he followed the magical firefly. She made her way through the woods. Crystal carefully looked for the golden staff in the sand and in the lower plants and bushes. Then they searched the taller trees, like the live oaks and palms. Crystal flew to the highest parts and moved through the branches, while Ben searched from the ground. Sometimes he would climb a tree as high as he could and look for the trident there. There was nothing to find, not a single shimmer of gold. As they left the wooded area, Ben glanced at his watch and saw that it was already around 2 in the morning. Perhaps it would be best to take a small break to sleep. But then he realized that his hotel room was too far away from the beach. He didn't want to waste time going all the way back. Just as he was wondering what to do next, Crystal started glowing and flew along the shore. Ben followed her into a small cave next to the beach. As he looked around, he understood why she had brought him here. It was the perfect place to rest for a few hours. He lay down on the sand. Crystal emitted her warmest light yet. Ben didn't feel cold at all inside the cave. It was warm and cozy. The sand was as comfortable as a bed, and he could feel Crystal's glow blanketing him, just like the soft sheets in his hotel room. After a good night's rest, Ben would be ready to continue his search for the trident. Right now, he was so tired that he could think of nothing but sleep. Gradually, settle into a natural rhythm, just like the waves of the ocean. Soon was fast asleep, woke up slowly. He could feel the sensation of wings brushing his skin. When he opened his eyes, he saw Crystal flying above him in the form of a glowing firefly. The space was gradually filling with light. From this spot near the cave, Ben could see that the sun was rising. It was time to wake up. To Ben's surprise, he felt very well rested and ready to continue yesterday's search for Poseidon's trident. When Crystal flew out of the cave, Ben got up and followed. As he stepped outside, he saw that the sun wasn't fully risen yet. Its edges were touching the water, covering it with soft golden shimmers. The sky looked like a canvas that had been painted from bottom to top. Near the horizon, the sun's golden glow resembled orange paintbrush strokes. Orange then transitioned to a light yellow, followed by a soft blue. The top part of the sky was like a painting made of deep blue strokes, and it filled Ben with the hope that comes with the start of a new day. He felt so calm that he stood there for a moment, admiring the view. Ben also noticed that he was surrounded by a pleasing sympathy of birds chirping and distant waves rising and falling. As he enjoyed this relaxing soundscape, he took a deep breath in. The early morning scent of the beach filled his lungs. He closed his eyes, savoring the calming atmosphere. A moment later, Crystal was back at Ben's side, fluttering eagerly. From her movements, Ben understood that he had to follow her. Crystal guided him to a spot under the trees. The ground was covered with fresh fruit. There were piles of apricot, oranges, and grapes, as well as a big watermelon. Ben's eyes lit up. He thanked Crystal and began to eat. Each bite of fruit seemed to melt in his mouth. The apricots were deliciously sweet. The oranges were the juiciest ones he had ever tasted. Then there were the grapes, so soft and sweet, and the big watermelon, which was juicy and refreshing. The strong scents of all the fruits made them taste even better. It wasn't just a breakfast, but a banquet. When he had finished, Crystal started flying toward the sea. At first, Ben was puzzled. He didn't understand what she wanted. Then Crystal went into the water, transformed into her other form, a gorgeous fish. Ben walked towards the shallows and kept following Crystal. The little fish had started glowing with wavy rays emanating from her body. Once he was deep enough, Ben put his face underwater, hoping that he would be able to understand Crystal a little better like this. What he saw below the surface was amazing. Crystal's colors were even more vibrant underwater. She was captivating. Ben gazed at the shades of sparkling blue and green in astonishment. But then he saw something even more magnificent. The rays of light that were coming from her body were also glowing, and they pointed in different directions. Last, Ben understood. Crystal wanted them to explore those different areas of the ocean, but for that, he would need diving gear. Fortunately, he remembered that he'd seen a diving school not so far from the shore. Without delay, Ben rented all the equipment that he needed. And in no time, he was back at the ocean, where Crystal was floating near the surface. They were ready to begin their search for the trident. Ben touched one of Crystal's glowing rays to show which direction he thought they should go first. Right away, they were both transported to another spot in the ocean. It was just like Poseidon's magical map with its powers of teleportation. That they were now far from the shore, but he was a trained diver, so he felt comfortable and safe being there. In addition, these waters were particularly clear, and they offered good visibility as Ben and Crystal dived to the depths of this area. The light became dimmer, but they could still see their surroundings well, thanks to the bright rays of sunlight that penetrated the water. Diving deeper, they came across several marine species, such as eels, tuna, and damselfish. There was even an octopus, which moved its tentacles in such a graceful way. The suction cups that covered the tentacles looked like pearls. What an elegant creature, Ben thought. As they got deeper, Ben and Crystal found bright pink coral reefs. Their detailed patterns and structures made them look like architecture or a work of art. It was here that Ben discovered his favorite creature, the nudibranch, also commonly known as sea slugs. He loved their beautiful mix of exotic and vivid colors. His favorite nudibranch looked like something painted by a famous artist. It was lime green with canary yellow dots. Its head was decorated with larger, light blue spots surrounded by yellow rings. Although Ben went diving frequently, all the beauty that he saw underwater took his breath away. He experienced this sense of awe every time. Ben stared at this coral reef and its sea slugs for a while, contemplating the wonders of nature. It was only when Crystal approached him that he remembered what they were there for. Ben started looking through the reefs, but found nothing. They even dived to the very bottom of the area, but when he dug through the sand, Ben couldn't see any sign of the golden trident at all. Crystal then emitted a new glowing ray. When Ben touched it, he found himself suddenly transported to the entrance of an underwater cavern. The smooth teleportation still felt surreal, but he was getting used to it by now. The underwater cavern had wide holes where he could enter and explore. Small, colorful fish swam around this area in groups. Ben swam slowly so as not to startle them. Once he was inside the cavern, he started looking around. First, he slid his hands across the walls, both inside and outside. Then he dived to the bottom of the cavern and dug through the sand. But again, there was no trident to be found. Crystal swam towards him and emitted yet another glowing ray. After touching it, Ben was surprised to find himself sitting on the beach. Crystal had turned back into a firefly, but instead of guiding Ben to the next spot, she just hovered beside him, fluttering in mid-air. Perhaps she was thinking about where to search next. In the meantime, Ben took off the diving gear. Just as he had finished, crystals started fluttering in front of him. glowing intermittently like a flashing light. This had to mean something, since Crystal had never glowed like that before. Maybe she knew where the trident was. A moment later, Crystal started flying along the beach, her wings still flashing. Ben got up and followed her. As they headed into the town, Ben wondered where Crystal was taking him when she finally stopped hovering in the air. Ben looked around in confusion. Behind him, he could see a parking lot and signs indicating taxis and bus stops. There was also a large building with a ticket stand, as well as souvenirs and food. It looked like a tourist attraction. Then, Ben noticed a sign pointing to a set of mysterious caves. Apparently, Crystal wanted him to enter these caves. Ben followed the sign, which indicated that the entrance to the cave was a few steps ahead. Still accompanied by Crystal, he walked down a stone staircase until he came to a short, narrow tunnel. It was a bit dark, but there were handrails that helped Ben walk safely through the tunnel. At the end, he encountered a black metal gate. He tried to open it, but it was locked. This didn't seem to be a problem for Crystal, though. She simply emitted a glowing ray of light that traveled to the gate. As soon as the glow touched the door, it swung open, and they went through carefully. Once they were on the other side, Ben stopped abruptly, and his eyes widened. This had to be the most beautiful place he had ever seen. They were inside a long cave. Its interior was full of hanging stalactites and stalagmites that emerged from the ground. Ben knew that these formations were deposits of different minerals, and that they often looked similar to icicles. But he had never seen them in person. The whole ceiling was covered with ancient stalactites of different width and lengths. Here, it felt as if time had stood still. There was also a large body of water in the cave. The water was so clear that Ben could see right to the bottom, and the surface reflected the hanging stalactites on the ceiling. The atmosphere was enhanced by the cave's interior lighting, which had been thoughtfully placed to highlight the natural beauty of the space. The combination of the rock formations, the water, and the lighting made this place look like a dream. It was mesmerizing. Ben stood there, speechless, as he gazed at his surroundings. The atmosphere inside the cave was cool and damp compared to the summer temperature outside. But to Ben, it felt wonderfully refreshing. Silence reigned inside the cave. Apart from the sound of dripping water, Ben immersed himself in the cave's atmosphere with all of his senses. He felt so comfortable and calm as he savored the tranquility of this dreamy place. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, determined to remember every single detail of this wonderful yet mysterious cavern. Just then, he felt Crystal's wings fluttering by his ear. This brought him back to the reality of why he was standing there. Crystal's glow was still shining intermittently. Her movements suggested that she wanted Ben to start exploring the cave. He walked slowly and ran his hands around the walls. The light brown stone was textured and grooved and a bit damp. He observed the ceiling carefully, trying to detect any golden shimmers. Kept walking and looking around. He couldn't find anything. When they were deeper inside the cave, Ben noticed that Crystal's intermittent glowing had become quicker. There were shorter pauses between each glow. It seemed to be acting like a radar, detecting the trident's location. This gave Ben an idea. As he moved around, he could observe how Crystal's glow pattern responded. He saw that it became slower in some spots, while it pulsated more quickly in other areas. When Ben got closer to the water, the light flashed even more quickly. This suggested that the trident could very likely be in the water. Ben carefully stepped into the pool. It was clear and shallow. Crystal turned into her fish form and swam next to him. Moving forward through the water, Ben looked for any signs of the golden trident. Crystal's rays were still glowing quickly. As the water got deeper, the cave became a bit wider. It wasn't just a pool, but a magnificent subterranean lake. Ben looked around in amazement. He could never have imagined that the cave would hide such a treasure. Thankfully, the waters were still as clear as before. Beside him, Crystal was glowing, her rays pulsating even faster. Ben was sure that the trident had to be somewhere in this lake. Diving down a few meters, he found that the bottom was mostly covered in marine plants. This made it hard to spot anything that might have sunk to the lake's depths. Some of the plants were short, making it easier to look through them, but the majority were long and leafy. They grew upwards, like thin, elongated leaves that danced slowly from side to side. And they were so tall that Ben had to swim through the leaves, using his hands to separate them, and then reaching down to search the bottom of the lake. As much as Ben looked, he couldn't find anything. But Crystal's glow was constant now, and he knew that the trident had to be near. He swam a bit further, moving closer to the center of the lake. Then he took a deep breath, dived to the bottom. Here, he saw a bunch of leaves that were tangled around something. He got closer, and as the leaves moved gently with the water's flow, he saw a golden shimmer. Right away, he started untangling the leaves with his fingers. Little by little, a staff made of gold revealed itself. Although it looked like an ordinary stick, it had to be Poseidon's missing trident. Grabbed it and swam back to the surface. Crystal's glow was constant now. She examined the trident for a moment, swimming around it in circles. Then she stopped and generated 3 glowing rays that went upwards. They resembled the 3 prongs of a trident. After this, Crystal's glow faded. This could only mean one thing. The staff was indeed Poseidon's golden trident. Ben felt so happy and relieved. Crystal emitted a final glowing ray that pointed in the direction of the sea. When Ben touched it, they were both instantly transported to the spot in the ocean where they had first met. Standing tall in the middle of the waves was Poseidon. He was just as Ben remembered him, an impressive, muscular figure with a long, tangled beard. But this time, Poseidon was smiling. Ben stepped toward him and placed the golden staff in Poseidon's outstretched hands. When it touched the god's fingers, the staff became longer, and a 3-pronged structure with sharp points emerged at one end. Trident looked powerful, and in Poseidon's hands, glorious. His loyal companion, Crystal, swam to his side and remained there. "Thank you, Ben," said the god of the sea. "You have proven your bravery, honesty, and skills, and you were more than deserving of the magical parchment." Poseidon retrieved the parchment from the water, gave it to Ben. As soon as he touched it, Ben could feel the power emanating from it. "I know you will make good use of this valuable tool," Poseidon said. "Time must leave now." And then he added, "Good luck on your voyages, Ben." Ben watched as Poseidon and Crystal started to swim away further into the ocean. He called out after them, thanking them both for everything. In the distance, Poseidon turned and smiled. Crystal briefly leaped out of the water and twirled in the air before diving down again. Ben felt reassured that they had both heard him. Now that this adventure had ended, Ben realized just how tired he felt in both mind and body. The exhaustion was like a weight. He went back to the hotel and made his way to his room. Here, he felt the peace of his cozy little nest again. After taking a relaxing, warm shower, Ben made himself comfortable in bed. As he sank into the mattress, he stared at the ceiling, reflecting on all the magical things that he had seen during the last couple of days. He felt completely exhausted, but at the same time, he was deeply grateful that he'd had the chance to meet Poseidon and to help him with something so important. He was also grateful for the time that he had spent with such a magnificent creature as Crystal. Ben felt truly fulfilled. A feeling of deep relaxation ran through his body as he thought of the magical parchment. Ben imagined all the adventures that he would be able to experience with its help. Princess and the Pea. Traveling from one ocean to another. Little by little, Ben peacefully drifted off to sleep. To begin with, let's look at the streets and buildings where everyday people live. Lots of houses are joined together in long rows, with little yards and gardens behind them, built with sand, colored stone, and topped with golden roof tiles. They shine like treasure in the daylight. It's a beautiful day, and at the time we see it in late afternoon, the sun glows warm and bright in a clear blue sky. The light shines on the people below, who wander about the stone paths and cobbled roads. Here, we see townsfolk going about their day, dressed in plain, old-fashioned clothing. There's a friendly, faced woman out walking her dog, and coming towards her from the opposite direction. A group of merry children walks home from school with books in hand. When they cross paths, the children wave and say hello to the woman, pausing to pet her dog's fluffy head before continuing their way. On a different street, other people are still at work, pushing wooden carts along the road, filled with goods of every kind. One man sells flowers, and his cart is bursting with color. The smell of those pretty blooms trails behind him everywhere he goes, filling the air with the most wonderfully sweet perfume. It travels with him, past the golden houses where parents and children are beginning to return home, and into the high street where the town's best shops are clustered together. Soon, he arrives at his own shop, where he pulls up his cart. The few flowers that he still has will go back inside to be sold tomorrow, except for a bouquet of bright red roses that he will take home for his wife. As he packs everything away for the evening, he makes happy chit-chat with the baker next door. She, too, is out at the shop front, readying her horses and cart for her final delivery before heading home. Her last stop of the day is where she'll take her largest order. It's a request from the palace for 3 boxes of freshly baked bread, pastries, donuts, and other delicious sweet treats. Let's join her now as she sits down upon the open, cushioned bench behind 2 magnificent chestnut brown horses. With her wooden cart filled with mouth-watering delights, she pulls gently at the reins and starts on her way. The sound of horses' hooves echoes through the streets as she heads out of town, humming a happy tune and waving to the people that she passes. As she travels, the rows of crowded shop fronts fade into the distance, and the land around her becomes green and alive. The countryside surrounding the town is rich and verdant. Aside from the occasional farmhouse or shepherd herding their flock of sheep, there are very few people here. It's wonderfully peaceful, and the air smells fresh and clean, even more so as the road curves uphill, where a lush forest borders it on both sides. Apart from the clopping of hooves and wheels upon the road, the only sounds come from the trees swaying in the breeze, and the gentle twittering of birds returning to their woodland nests. Eventually, the road straightens out, and the forest opens up, revealing the royal palace at the top of the hill. It's exactly what you'd expect from a fairy tale castle. A colossal fortress of white walls and pinkish gray roofs, with a huge silver gate at its front. To either side of the gate stand 2 guardsmen wearing pristine uniforms of silver and purple. They look very official and a little bit serious until they see the familiar face of the baker approaching. Immediately, their expressions change, and they wave to her cheerfully. Then, they open the gate and allow her through. Once inside, the horses follow a neat pathway surrounded by the beautiful royal gardens. There are plants and flowers of every color, and stunning trees reaching up towards the sky. At the front of the castle is a handsome white fountain, with water spraying from the mouth of an elegant marble statue. Behind it, 2 staircases rise towards each other, meeting in the middle on a balcony where the massive front doors stand open, bringing the horses to a stop between the fountain and the steps. The baker hops off her seat and greets the kitchen maids who are waiting there. They wear black dresses with frilly white aprons pinned to their fronts, and their hair is hidden beneath lacy white hats. As always, they are delighted to see the baker and her boxes of sweet treats. They stroke the noses of the friendly horses before lifting the boxes from the cart, and then they wave goodbye as the baker takes up the reins once more and heads back out. Through the palace gates, evening is approaching now, though the baker and her horses are returning home for the day. The staff of the palace kitchen still have work to do, and so they carry the boxes of baked goods inside. Then they help the cook unpack everything and put the final touches on tonight's royal meal. Rolls of fresh bread sit upon silver trays beside bowls of hot, creamy soup. This is the first of many courses to be served tonight. Carefully now, the staff exit the kitchen, walking gracefully across a panel of purple carpet into the main hall of the palace. Here, the soup and bread are served to the royal family, who are already seated at a long marble table against a backdrop of huge arched windows. This is where we meet the prince, his mother, the queen, and his father, the king. The queen is resplendent in a gown of ruby, red velvet, and the men wear stylish suits of blue and silver. They each wear a crown decorated in jewels in every color of the rainbow. The baker's golden rolls are a particular favorite of the family. In fact, though it's not really proper table etiquette, all three of them like to dip the buttered, crispy bread into their soup. In between mouthfuls, they make pleasant conversation, discussing the events of the day and any pressing matters of the kingdom. Naturally, it isn't long before the topic of marriage comes up. The king and queen ask their son if he's found a suitable bride yet. And, just like always, he tells them that no, he hasn't. The prince has searched far and wide, traveling all across the land to find a worthy princess. But so far, he hasn't succeeded. He's met lots of very nice ladies, to be sure, but none that felt like the right princess for him. Seeing his unhappiness, his mother tells him not to worry. The right person will come along, probably when he least expects it. The moment after the queen has spoken, the sound of thunder rumbles outside the castle. Through the massive windows behind the table, the family can see a darkened sky, filled with deep silver clouds. The hallway is lit with a sudden flash of white lightning, illuminating the beauty of the grand hall. This is swiftly followed by the sound of heavy rain pouring down over the thick palace walls and upon the ground. It's a welcome sight for the royal family, who are particularly fond of a good storm. And so there is little conversation as the next few courses are eaten. In the glow of soft golden candlelight, the family savors one delicious bite after another, all the while enjoying the sounds of the wild and chaotic weather. Not far from the table, a huge fire roars to life. In the large stone hearth, which is both tall and wide, golden flames fill the large hall with warmth and light, and the sound of logs crackling amplifies the contrast between the cold, wet outdoors and the blissfully comfortable indoors. By the time dessert arrives, a treacle sponge pudding soaked in hot yellow custard, their spirits are high. By now, the storm is dying down. Thunder and lightning have stopped, and the rain has faded to a gentle pitter-patter. It taps at the palace walls and rooftops, trickling down the hall's great windows in an assortment of shapes and patterns. The king, having finished his pudding, stands beside the window, looking through the rivulets of water. As he does most nights, he is admiring his vast, beautiful city down below. Only tonight, the king's quiet thoughts are interrupted by the approach of a guardsman. He hears damp footsteps move across the thin carpet panel, and then the marble floor tiles in his direction. The guardsman explains that a princess has arrived at the palace gates, seeking shelter from the storm. The king beckons him to invite her inside. When she comes in, he offers her his own seat nearest the fireplace and asks that food be brought to her at once. The woman that enters the hall is drenched from head to toe. Her hair is a mess of wet tangles, and raindrops drip from her nose to her cloak. To the royal family, she looks very little like a princess, though all are impressed by her manners as she thanks them repeatedly for their kindness and generosity. They watch her with curious eyes as she dips bread rolls into her, just as they did earlier. She only pauses to comment on how tasty the rolls are and to gush about how beautiful the storm was, though it's clear she would rather have seen it from inside the palace. And then, as she sits drying by the fireplace, she seems to become more lovely and princess-like with each passing minute. The prince's charm. After all, few of the princesses he's met across the land have seemed as kind and genuine as this one, and none, he thinks, would be so adventurous as to go out walking such a distance in the rain. There's something about this woman that seems different and special. His mother, however, isn't so sure. She is accustomed to meeting princesses at balls and dinners, you see, when they're dressed in their finest gowns. Usually, they have tiaras on their heads and a gaggle of royal relatives by their sides. But this girl arrived alone with no tiara or crown on her wet, messy hair and dripping water all over. The palace floors and carpets. Certainly, she has the manners and graciousness of a princess. And her son seems to have taken an instant liking to the young woman. But for all they know, this stranger might be an impostor, an actress, simply pretending to be royal in order to test whether the princess is really who she claims to be. The queen concocts a plan before bedtime when everyone else is sipping hot cocoa with marshmallows around the fireplace. She sets her plan into motion. Following her instructions, the maids collect mattresses and duvets from 19 of the other guest rooms and bring them to the one where the young woman will be staying. The queen meets them there in the very grand room, holding in her hand a single green pea. Watch now as she places the pea in the middle of the mattress and then steps back as the 19 other mattresses are placed on top, followed by 20 duvets and several fluffy pillows. What a sight this is! A bed so high it almost touches the ceiling of this grand bedroom. It's so high, in fact, that before her plan is complete, the queen asks for a ladder to be placed beside it. Without one, the young woman won't be able to climb into bed. With everything now in place, the king, queen, and prince all go to their rooms, looking forward to a long and restful sleep. Their visitor is escorted to the beautiful guest room, where her mouth drops open at the sight of the incredible bed. She stands beside it in her silky white pajamas that she borrowed from the queen, and counts up the number of mattresses and duvets that rise above her, 20 of each in total. What a treat this will be, she whispers to herself dreamily. Then she climbs up the ladder beside the bed and crawls in at the very top, snuggling into the warm, cozy blankets and closing her eyes. The next morning, the princess awakens after a night that was anything but restful. As lovely as the bed was, she couldn't seem to get comfortable, and woke up at different times throughout the night, feeling as if something hard were pressing into her back. It was not a good night's sleep. However, she's not the kind of woman to dwell on complaints or grumbles. So she climbs down the ladder, ready to greet a new day with a smile on her face. This is made much easier by a lovely, warm bubble bath. In a tub the size of a small swimming pool, she floats about in the soapy water, washing away the tiredness with a velvet soft sponge and a range of luxurious soaps. Her hair gets a wash too, with a creamy pink shampoo that smells of delicious strawberries. Then she lays back, singing a lovely song and enjoying the warmth of the water. By the time she steps out of the bath and into a fluffy robe, her sleepless night is all but forgotten. Returning to her bedroom, she finds that her outfit from yesterday has been washed, dried, and ironed, and hung up, ready to wear, on the wardrobe door. She pulls it on, one piece at a time, delighting in the softness of the fresh, dry fabric against her skin. It's a lovely dress, reaching just above the floor, and sea blue in color. Perfect match for its owner's eyes. The fabric is a rich velvet that's pulled in at the waist, where silver-colored silk is tied. It puffs out at the sleeves, and a silver thread decorates the edges in a wave-like pattern, clean and dry in her elegant dress. The princess feels much more like herself, and once a maid has kindly dried and styled her hair, pinning it up with pearl-tipped clips, she looks every bit the princess that she is. In fact, the royal family are quite taken aback when she arrives for breakfast in the main hall, looking so very different from the last time they saw her. She carries the fragrance of soap and strawberries upon her hair and skin. It wafts over the table like a blanket of sweetness. Even the queen is impressed. Of course, she has to be sure that this stranger, as lovely as she might be, is actually a princess. She has to find out if her experiment worked. So, as the family are tucking into their morning croissants, buttery and golden, as the baker always makes them, the queen begins to inquire as to how the girl slept. The princess wishes to be honest, without seeming impolite. she sips on her freshly squeezed orange juice as she thinks of what to say. "Your Majesty," she begins, "I have never slept in a bed so tall and grand as that one. Just climbing up into it was a wonderful adventure." Then she clears her throat a little nervously and adds, "But in all honesty, I did not sleep well. No matter what position I was in, I seemed to be lying on something hard and uncomfortable. Can't begin to think of what was in that bed." And with these words, the Queen laughs heartily, joined soon after by the King, who already knows of his wife's clever plan. The Queen then explains that what the girl felt was a tiny green pea, which proves that must indeed be a princess. Only a real royal princess would be so sensitive that she might detect the presence of a solitary pea between 20 mattresses and 20 duvets. At this, the table erupts into laughter, followed by many heartfelt apologies from the Queen for ever doubting the princess's sincerity. "I suppose it might help if I were to wear my crown?" the princess says. "But alas, it's so heavy that I only bring it out for special occasions." Around her at the breakfast table, the King, Queen, and Prince each wear crowns on their heads. And it's true, they're as heavy as they are beautiful. "You're so right, my dear," says the King. "It really is a heavy thing. I don't know why we wear ours so often. Just habit, I suppose." And with that, the King lifts his hands to his head and takes off his golden, jewel-encrusted crown. He sets it down on the table, grinning from ear to ear, delighted to be free of the extra weight. Seeing his relief, the Queen and Prince follow suit, taking off their crowns and placing them down on the marble table. This is the first of many breakfasts that the merry foursome will share together. Even without his mother's help, the prince had already decided that this girl was a princess and that she is the one he's meant to marry. He knew it last night, with her hair dripping wet as she dipped bread rolls into her soup, and as her eyes lit up as she talked about the storm. Just as his mother had suggested, the right girl had turned up when he least expected it. And this is where our story ends, though it's only the beginning for the young prince and princess. Over the next few months, they will spend a great deal of time together, growing to love each other more with each passing day. Eventually, they will marry in the main hall of the royal palace, its floors scattered with red roses provided by the florist we met earlier. Their wedding will be attended by everyone in the city. They'll call it the social event of the year. And to celebrate, it will feature the most spectacular, towering wedding cake designed by the baker herself. How people will gasp when they see its 20 tiers of cake and 20 more of icing created in honor of that most unusual bed. As for the famous pea, it remained somehow unsquished despite the many mattresses and duvets that sat upon it. And it will find a new home in the city's Royal Museum. There, the pea will rest on a pillow of purple velvet for any and all to gaze upon when they visit. Long ago, in a faraway city, lived a boy named Idris. He spent most of the day at school, and the rest of his time was divided between his friends and family. After school, he would roam the streets of the city with his friends. He'd explore the alleys and markets and play ball games in the dusty square. A moonlight ride on a magic carpet. And then, when the sun went down, he would head back home to the large mud brick house where he lived with his extended family. In the top floor was the bedroom Idris shared with his two older brothers. Downstairs were his parents' bedrooms and the rooms belonging to his aunt and grandparents. The ground floor was the largest, and the area where the family spent most of their time. This was the location of the store and the workshop for generations. Idris's family had made and sold the most exquisite carpets in the city. People would come from across the land to commission a decorative carpet or to choose from those on display. They came in all sizes, colors, and designs. There were small prayer mats in green and gold displayed on the walls of the shop, were scarlet rugs with gorgeous swirling patterns made from metallic thread. And at the back, rolled up tightly, were the heavy, expensive carpets that were too big to put on display. When on roll, they showed dazzling floral designs and patterns within patterns. When Idris returned home, he liked to walk through the shop, greeting his aunt who worked at the counter. Then, after passing through this treasure trove of carpets, he would go through the beaded curtain doorway at the back of the room. He liked the cool, ticklish sensation of the beads on his skin, musical sound that the curtain made as he passed through. The room at the back was the workshop. This was where his parents and elder brothers were hard at work right now, sitting at the looms. They were so focused on their work, it was as if they were under a spell. Idris sometimes felt reluctant to interrupt their trance. He would stand and watch them for a while, admiring their skill. At the moment, the family were working on 2 large carpets that had been specially commissioned by a wealthy man from a neighboring city. They would take months to complete. Idris's parents worked at one loom, while his brothers sat at another. Both looms were vertical, and the 4 family members sat cross-legged on floor cushions, weaving by hand. Their fingers moved swiftly between the long strands of wool. It looked as though they were playing a stringed instrument. Their movements were so graceful, and Idris found himself mesmerized. He knew from experience how difficult the work was, requiring patience, creativity, and painstaking attention to detail. It also called for a certain kind of dexterity, which Idris didn't have. He tried to learn many times, sitting at the loom while his parents, grandparents, or brothers patiently tried to teach him. Idris had already accepted that he was unlikely to become a carpet maker. When he grew up, he would do something else. He wasn't sure what, as his ideas changed from one day to the next. Sometimes he daydreamed about life as a traveling merchant, riding a horse from city to city through mountains and deserts. Or he would imagine a career as an astronomer, studying the planets and discovering the secrets of the universe. Or perhaps he would simply stay here with his family, selling the beautiful carpets that they created. That could be nice too, he thought, remaining in the place he loved and with the people he loved. But the future still seemed far away. He had plenty of time to work out what he wanted to do when he grew up. In the meantime, he was happy to watch his family at work and to drift from room to room as he waited for dinner. Tonight, his grandmother was preparing his favorite rice dish with spices and vegetables, while his parents and brothers put the finishing touches to the day's work. Idris passed through the rattling bead curtain. Once again, he always enjoyed wandering up and down the densely packed aisles of the carpet shop, gazing at the products that were ready for sale. There were so many of them, and they were all so beautiful. He ran his finger over the soft wool, tracing the maze, like patterns from the edge to the center. It felt soothing, following the curving line all the way to the middle. When Idris touched the carpets, he sometimes thought that the varying colors and patterns felt different to each other. Of course, they were almost all the same material. The yarn was made from sheep's wool and dyed with natural colorings like roots and berries. But when he brushed his finger over a rug, he felt different sensations depending on the part he touched. As his finger moved from crimson to indigo or petal to vine, something changed. He felt a pleasant shiver running through him, like a cool breeze on a warm night. There was something magical about these carpets. His eye was always drawn to one carpet in particular. Hanging on the back wall was a large rectangular rug. The plush background was a deep burgundy red, but the carpet seemed to feature all the colors of the rainbow: emerald green, saffron yellow, and so many others. Certain details shimmered in silver, gold, pearlescent white. It looked as though a single moonbeam had woven its way through the carpet, making the patterns shine. The carpet's central design depicted the tree of life, a beautiful golden tree with countless shining branches dripping with fruit. In each of the four corners was a small, richly detailed garden contained by a decorative wall. What Idris loved most about this carpet was that each garden was slightly different. From a distance, the design looked perfectly symmetrical. There were 4 identical gardens, each with an identical fountain in the middle. Close up, subtle differences emerged. One garden resembled an orchard of figs, while another was filled with pomegranate trees. The animals also changed from one garden to another, from goats to hens, and horses to peacocks. Even the grass varied. The garden in one corner had vertical lines of golden grass, while the garden below had silver waves that resembled an ocean. As a young boy, Idris had spent hours gazing at this carpet, hypnotized by the intricate details. As his gaze drifted from one garden to the next, he wondered which was his favorite. One day, when he grew up, perhaps he would have his very own garden with a fountain, peacocks, and pomegranate trees. Now that he was a little older, Idris still liked to daydream about the gardens, but he also found himself thinking about the person who had woven them, his great-grandmother. According to family legend, she had created this masterpiece single-handedly in just a few months after the inspiration came to her in a dream. Idris had never met his great-grandmother, but when he admired her creation, he felt a sense of connection to her. Even though he didn't share her talent, he felt proud to be related to someone, could create a thing of such beauty. Unlike the other carpets on display, the garden rug was not for sale. It was priceless, a precious family heirloom. Even if a wealthy customer came to the shop offering all the gold in the kingdom, they would never part with it. Idris was glad to know that his favorite carpet would always be here, with pride of place on the back wall. He could look at it whenever he liked, lingering over every dreamy detail. Later that night, when the rest of his family were sleeping, Idris found himself thinking of the carpet once again. Random images from the day drifted through his mind. The sun, washed square where he'd sat and talked with his friends after school. The colorful baskets of freshly dyed wool drying in the sun on the patio, and the woven images of the 4 gardens, each one a small, glittering paradise. Idris wasn't tired enough to sleep just yet, but he was happy to lie in bed, watching the slow procession of images passing dreamily through his mind. The room was quiet, except for the soft snoring of his brothers and the distant call of a night bird beyond the window. It felt as though the bird was the only other living creature awake at this time, when it was taking a little longer than usual to fall asleep. Idris often liked to get out of bed for a while. He'd walk around the house, take a deep breath of fresh air on the roof terrace, and clear his head. It was a kind of break which left him feeling refreshed, yet somehow sleepier than before. When he went back to bed, He usually fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. So, after lying awake for a while, Idris decided to get out of bed. He lit a candle, put on a pair of light slippers, and quietly crossed the room, taking care not to wake his brothers. Then he slowly walked downstairs until he was standing in the darkened shop. In the midnight hush, the shop felt like a shrine. It was completely silent, and the only light came from Idris's flickering candle and the glow of the moon through a single window. The silver moonbeams seemed to land lightly on the stacked carpets. Noticing the way the light fell, Idris smiled. Perhaps the moon shared his instinct to be gentle and move softly. In a moment, he would go outside. It was warm tonight, and he wanted to stand on the terrace and savor the cool breeze before going back to bed. But first, he would allow himself one last look at the garden carpet displayed on the wall. He loved the idea of having it entirely to himself. There was no one sitting behind the counter, and there were no chattering customers to distract him. It was just him alone, transfixed by the splendor of the woven tree and gardens. Time seemed to stand still. Everything looked different in the candlelight, with shifting, blurring colors and optical illusions. At one point, the carpet itself seemed to move in the breeze. A gentle wave spread through the fabric, causing the patterned leaves to ripple like water. Idris blinked and looked around in confusion. The air was still, and the window was closed. Besides, it seemed unlikely that a gentle night breeze could move a heavy carpet like this one. He must have been sleepier than he'd realized to imagine such a thing. Time to go to bed, he told himself. But when Idris looked at the carpet once more, he was sure that it was moving, gently rippling, then billowing out from the wall. He stepped back and watched in amazement as the carpet moved smoothly and silently away from the wall. Now, it was floating right in front of him, hovering mid-air. Idris blinked and rubbed his eyes. He must be dreaming. But there it was, right in front of him. He reached out to touch the soft, familiar face of the carpet and realized it was really happening. The carpet was floating, flying. Now it was moving towards the stairs. It looked like a vast butterfly or strange sea creature swimming through the air in slow motion. Although Idris knew it couldn't be alive, in that moment, the carpet seemed to be sentient. It was moving with purpose, somehow guiding him. Idris followed, still feeling like he was dreaming or in a waking trance. Up and up, he went past the bedrooms where his family were sleeping. Following right behind the carpet, he went all the way to the top of the stairs – until he was standing outside on the roof terrace. It was a beautiful, starry night. On any other evening, Idris would have come up here to stargaze. But tonight, his eyes were fixed on the magical apparition in front of him. The carpet had come to a stop, but it was still floating, slowly undying in the air. Some of the threads seemed to catch the moonlight shining brightly. Idris watched in wonder. It was like something from a fairy tale, one of the dreamy stories his mother used to tell him at bedtime when he was a little boy. Her stories were full of magical moments, with fairies and genies and talking animals. Imagining was one thing, but seeing was quite another. Idris felt a surge of happiness. Even if this was all just a dream, what a wonderful dream it was. But it felt so real. And when the carpet spread itself out before him, Idris didn't hesitate. Somehow, he knew instinctively what he had to do. He sat down in the middle of the carpet, right on the image of the tree. Once he was sitting comfortably in a cross-legged position. He stroked the velvety surface, giving the sign that he was ready. Carpet seemed to understand the signal. Just seconds later, it began to move once more, slowly lifting itself off the ground. It moved up and up until it took flight, just like a bird. All of a sudden, Idris found himself riding a flying carpet. He was being carried above the rooftops, smoothly and effortlessly, as though he weighed no more than a feather. Idris looked around in awe, peering over the edge of the carpet. He was already so high up, it felt as though he were riding on the back of a bird or a winged horse. The carpet moved confidently, fluidly, just like a living creature. It was strange just how natural it felt, sitting on a flying carpet. Idris felt comfortable and supported, trusting that it would carry him safely. As the carpet glided slowly onwards, Idris enjoyed the bird's eye view of the city. He knew these streets so well, yet they looked completely different from up here. Gazing down at the rooftops, he hardly recognized where he was. Of course, at this time of night, the city was shrouded in darkness. Nearly everyone was sleeping. The only light came from flaming lanterns in the street and the occasional candle burning in a window. The moonlight didn't illuminate the details, but it cast everything in a soft silver glow. The shining rooftops seemed to have been polished, burnished like a precious metal. Idris imagined that a magical nighttime transformation was taking place. After midnight, the moon carried out a mysterious ritual, shining on each house in turn. Meanwhile, the residents slept peacefully, unaware of the magic above their heads. Idris smiled. He felt lucky to be the only one awake to witness this special moment. But as the carpet drifted east towards the river, he realized that he was not alone. after all. There was at least one other person in the city who was still awake at this hour, enjoying the tranquility of the night. Near the river was the grand university building with its tall brick tower. And at the top of the tower was a man looking through a telescope. Idris knew that there were astronomers in the city, but he'd never seen one at work before. As he flew towards the tower, Idris peered curiously over the edge of the carpet. To his surprise, he saw that the astronomer was a young man. For some reason, Idris had expected to see someone who looked like a wizard. But this astronomer was just an ordinary man. He might have been one of Idris's brothers or cousins. The astronomer was so focused on his stargazing that, for a moment, Idris thought he would fly past unnoticed just then. The astronomer stepped back from the telescope and looked up right at Idris and the flying carpet. Idris and the astronomer were now separated by just a few meters of air. They stared at each other in silence, in mutual wonder, and then, not sure what else to do, Idris waved shyly. After a moment's hesitation, the awestruck astronomer waved back, just like Idris. He was probably wondering if he was dreaming, and if not, it was time to pack away his telescope, go to bed. The carpet flew on, drifting parallel to the river. Now that he was feeling more at ease, Idris decided to lie down. The soft wall of the carpet felt as comfortable as his bed. Lying on his back, Idris was in the perfect position for stargazing. He didn't have a telescope like the astronomer, but he could still appreciate the beauty of the stars. They were so far away, yet their light had traveled all the way here, shining in the sky over his city and over his house. From here, he could see nothing but stars. It was as if he was being carried up into the sky, lifted by the night breeze, like a floating leaf. The wind felt so soft on his skin, blowing lightly through his clothes. After the heat and humidity of the day, it felt wonderfully refreshing, like a cool bath or a dip in the river. Idris could smell the river too, its strong scent carried by the same breeze that was carrying him. Breathing in deeply, he recognized other aromas, the distinctive smell of the dusty earth and the fragrant trees in the gardens below. Idris was now feeling so deeply relaxed, lulled by the gentle motion of the carpet. He could have almost fallen asleep right there. He imagined himself drifting off as the carpet followed the winding river on and on until he reached the distant sea. But the carpet seemed to sense that Idris was ready to go to bed. It changed direction, and when Idris peered over the edge, he recognized this part of the sleeping city. There was the dome of his local temple, and nearby, the square where he played with his friends. and now he was floating above the roof terrace in the place where his adventure had begun. The carpet had taken him home. It descended just as gently as it had taken flight. Idris found himself being lowered so gradually, so softly, that he hardly felt the landing. After stepping off the carpet, he began to head downstairs towards his bedroom. This time, the carpet followed behind like a loyal pet. When Idris got into bed, the carpet settled on the floor beside him. Perhaps it was tired too, Idris reflected. After the long journey, they were both sleepy and ready to rest. As Idris made himself comfortable moving his pillow, rearranging the sheets, he noticed that the carpet was doing something similar. Ever so slightly, it shifted position, then patterned ripple as though a breeze were passing through. Idris imagined the carpet taking a deep breath, just as he was doing now. Deep breath in, then out. Idris closed his eyes. At last, he felt ready to sleep. Just moments later, drifted off, dreaming of the wind and stars to his magical moonlit flight. Thoth, the Egyptian god of the moon and magic, likes to write at night. His pen always moves more easily under the light of the moon and stars. Gods of the moon and sun. Tonight, Thoth has a story to tell about the sun god Ra and the people who live in Egypt. His reed pen scratches against the sheet of papyrus as he weaves his tale. Soon, the sun will rise, and Ra will spring forth from the land of the gods, leaving Thoth to travel to the underworld, where neither sun nor moon can be seen. Thoth sits in his temple in Memphis, the capital of ancient Egypt. Large, smooth bricks make up Thoth's mortal home, and colorful artwork adorns the walls. The moonlight glints on the tips of the pyramids. Outside his window, the magnificent structures tower above the sleeping city. With a human body, but the head of an ibis, Thoth's long, narrow beak almost touches the parchment where his pen is moving. He is painting the letters of the ancient Egyptian alphabet. The familiar smell of the Nile River wafts into his chamber, sweetening the air. The water, so essential to life in this ancient place, flows through the city. Gentle breeze rustles the palm trees, and the stars glitter in the sky, looking down upon the great sphinxes. Soon, Ra will wake and eat the moon and the stars rising with the great sun. At night, he will travel back to the underworld, keeping the forces of chaos at bay. But things were not always this way. Back in the beginning, there was only Ra, the sun, and none the water. Ra enjoyed watching the water, glittering under the sun's rays. He noticed how the glow changed at different times of the day, so he kept the name Ra for the midday sun, and called himself Khepri at dawn, and Autumn at dusk, when the sun turned multicolored. Ra got lonely with no other deities to talk to, so he brought forth the wind rattling through the palm trees and brushing their flat leaves. Then he brought the rain, relieving the dry desert air with wonderful drops of water. From his tongue came Thoth, god of the moon, stars, magic, writing, and the calendar, with the earth and the rain and the wind. It was only a matter of time until other life began to grow. Beautiful plants and flowers blossomed from the earth. Insects and animals flocked to the land of Egypt. Great philosophers, artists, storytellers, and architects made this place their home. Ra was no longer lonely. He walked among the people, plants, and animals. He's Falconhead, hovering above the mortals who revered and respected him. For Ra helped the crops grow and gave the artists and scribes light to make great works. Ra ruled above the earth, while his brother and fellow god, Osiris, ruled everything below. The underworld, where gods and heroes lived, was a place of beauty and chaos. The mortal world, where the sun shone, was a place of order. Many years passed this way. Ra appointed a pharaoh to uphold law and order for the Egyptians, and Osiris kept to his realm below in the underworld. But eventually, Osiris grew restless and wanted to visit the world of mortals. As the days went by, the chaos of the underworld slowly began to seep into the earth above. Because of this, the men and women of Egypt no longer respected Ra or visited his temple. But Ra was not deterred. He knew there was a way to restore order to the world. Ra called Thoth to him and said, "You have always assisted me in maintaining order. You have created the calendar and managed the seasons. Now I have a new job for you. You must keep watch on earth in the night." Ra explained that he would visit the underworld at night, making sure Osiris stayed there. But in the day, Ra has work to do on earth. Every morning at dawn, he begins his daily journey, moving through the sky. His pink, rosy fingers reach up from the east, bringing the light of day. In his great mouth, he swallows the moon, and with his rays, the cities of Egypt come to life. Merchants hawk their wares in markets. Women haggle for milk, eggs, and cotton cloth. Magicians perform feats of wonder in front of captivated audiences, and artists paint pictures onto stones. In the fields, farmers sow their crops: wheat, barley, flax, and vines. And in the towns, Children visit tutors who teach them to read and write. As midday approaches, Ra sits high in the sky. The blazing heat pushes the farmers and merchants indoors to rest. Fresh fruit grown in the fertile ground near the Nile helps keep the people cool and refreshed. Even Ra snacks on succulent figs and sweet grapes as he enjoys the glow of the afternoon sunlight. Meanwhile, under the sun's heat, pharaohs wander through grand palaces, ordering the construction of temples, pyramids, and tombs. The architects of ancient Egypt are skilled craftsmen, utilizing a large workforce and expensive resources to build outstanding cities. And the Egyptians are also one of the earliest civilizations to adopt a writing system. During the long, hot afternoons, scribes chisel hieroglyphs into stone tablets and brush soft letters onto papyrus scrolls. Hieroglyphs are words in picture form, beautiful, phonetic shapes. They're carved into tablets and painted on walls. Difficult to create, hieroglyphic writing is reserved for priests and politicians, rather than reading from right to left or left to right. Hieroglyphs are always read in the direction that the figure is facing. The figure is often a bird, so this is a fact that Thoth, with his bird's head, particularly enjoys. As the scribes work on their hieroglyphs, the sun god Ra continues his journey across the sky. Moving west of the Nile River, longboats sail in and out of the northern Mediterranean shore of the country, bringing and sending goods to and from the rest of the Near East. Beyond the Nile, Ra looks down at the sand dunes below, where golden dust rides on gusts of wind. Shu, the god of air and wind, smiles at Ra, and specks of sand glint in the breeze. Ra, traveling west, starts to sink lower in the sky. Back in the city of Memphis, golden rays brush the roofs of houses as families gather for their evening meals. Scribes, magicians, merchants, and farmers return home for dinner. From farmers to pharaohs, laying dishes across small and long tables, there are green vegetables cooked with garlic, spiced lentils, eggs, and bread. Across the land, honey, flavored drinks wash down the hearty food, accompanied by shared stories and laughter. Ra starts to turn the sky pink, purple, and red. It's almost time for him to descend to the underworld. While the people sleep and dream, resting for the next day, Ra descends to watch Osiris keeping order in the world. His bright colors flashing across the sky, Ra heads to the underworld to meet Mayet. She is the wife of Thoth and the goddess of truth and justice. Together with her husband, Mayet regulates the stars and the seasons. She uses truth and justice to keep the cosmic balance in order. During the day, Mayat guards Ra's boat, which waits on the border of the realm of mortals. In the evening, she watches him sail away into the underworld. Now, stars poke through the night sky. The moon is rising, signaling to Ra it is time to leave for the day. He climbs into his boat, and then, with a grin and a wave to Mayet, he paddles down to the realm below. For the rest of the evening, he'll row his boat through the river of the underworld. Last rays of the sun disappear from the sky. The moon god Thoth knows it is his time to keep watch. During the night, he scribbles with his pen, tracking the hours, days, months, and seasons. Meanwhile, the busy of the great Egyptian cities go quiet. Stars shine brightly through the black sky, and the full moon provides light as parents lull their children to sleep. By the same moonlight, Thoth works on his books of alchemy and astronomy, sharing magical secrets that the curious will study for generations to come. Men and women lounge in their homes, keeping each other company and telling tales. They will soon fall asleep, but Thoth will stay awake, guarding order as he weaves his tales. These are the stories that people tell by fire and by starlight about the Egyptian gods and the people who worship them. They're the tales of architects who build tall pyramid complexes and scholars, practicing ancient forms of magic. Some, like the Greeks, believe Thoth is the author of the Emerald Tablets. This is an ancient text which has been cited as the foundation of alchemy, the art of transforming substances and creating magical elixirs. Many alchemists and magicians believe that the Emerald Tablets contain the key to making the Philosopher's Stone, which grants eternal life. As Thoth works on his alchemy and watches over the sleeping well, Ra continues his journey below. His steady boat rocks back and forth as he rides slowly through the river of the underworld, just as if he were floating down the Nile. As he travels, he salutes the Egyptian heroes and pharaohs of times past. Many gods call this place home. Osiris reigns here, but the underworld is also home to Anubis, the god of mummification, and Hathor, the goddess of love and fertility. They all dwell in the wide fields and wonderful caverns of the world below, where turquoise trees line the way. Thoth and Mayat call this place home as well, and only dwell above when the moon and the stars shine bright. Up above, the people fall deeper into slumber. They sleep peacefully, knowing that Ra is keeping order by, and Thoth and Mayat are standing guard above. Thoth knows that when the sun starts to rise, he'll trade places with Ra, When Ra bursts from the underworld, bringing the sun, Thoth will return below. They repeat this cycle every 24 hours. But for now, Thoth enjoys the peaceful night. He looks out across the great city of Memphis, the ancient capital of Egypt. While the power of the ancient Egyptians will rise and fall several times throughout their long history, the wonders built here will captivate the world for millennia to come. Thoth smiles as his pen scratches the parchment. He loves this quiet time of night, when the balance between order and chaos creates a calming equilibrium. He knows he's not the only one awake. There are others who enjoy the night just as he does. For in Memphis, night is the domain of magic. While their families sleep, astronomers sneak out of bed, wrapped in warm shawls. They study the sky. The astronomers see patterns, where others see only random dots in the darkness. They name the constellations after their favorite gods and stories. 1. The Geese of Ra is an ancient star pattern, unknown to modern astronomers. But tonight, 2 famous constellations fill the night sky. They will one day be known as the Plough and Orion's Belt. The astronomers play an important role for the people of the Nile. Over generations, the astronomers have learned to let the stars tell them when the river will flood, allowing for farmers to plan their agricultural year. The reading of the stars helps the Egyptians plan for annual festivals, and some believe to predict the future. Watching the rising of the sun and moon and studying the positions of the stars also has a more practical function. It allows people to divide time into days, months, and years. Perhaps it is for this reason that Thoth, god of the moon, is credited with inventing the 365-day calendar. Astronomers use an instrument called a merket to study the night sky. The instrument helps them count the hours of the night through the stars. The merket measures the Deccan, a group of 36 stars, which form a kind of clock. The Book of Nut, an ancient Egyptian astronomical text, explains how these stars can be used to count the days, months, and hours. As the hours quietly pass on, the astronomers must put away their tools and crawl into bed, for soon Ra will bring the dawn. Thoth, knowing it is nearly time to go, finishes his writing for the evening and leaves his temple. As he walks along the Nile, he imagines Ra floating below in the river in the world of the gods. Soon, Thoth will trade places with him. In the underworld, he'll wander through caverns and see lakes of fire and turquoise trees. But Thoth enjoys his nights in the mortal world too, with wide, open space glittering under the magnificent moon. He marvels at the city the people have built, Large, smooth bricks rise into pyramids, details of past pharaohs chiseled intricately into stone. The Nile bubbles and chatters as it passes over rocks, mud, and earth. Gentle noises soothe the sleeping people as the night birds hoot gently overhead. Thoth's beak glistens in the starlight as he walks, marveling at the magnificent place he gets to call home. There are so many treasures, large tombs, pyramids and sphinxes, as well as mummies and magic. And there's the Egyptian language, art, and mythology. The civilization of ancient Egypt will one day fall, but the culture will live on for millennia. Finally, the last decan of the night ends, bringing with it the rays of dawn. Ra slowly ascends from the world below. It is time for Thoth to go down to the land of the gods for the day, walking by the river below instead of the Nile. This is how the days and nights pass. Ra circles in the sky above, descending below at dusk. Thoth rises in the evening and keeps the stars and moon shining brightly until dawn, recording the stories of the people as they dream. Ra wakes the people with the light of dawn. They'll soon be ready to go about their days, exploring the wonders of this magical place they are lucky to call home. And then Ra will complete his circle again, painting the sky a mural of pink and purple and red, signaling that it's time to sleep once more. As we end our tale, allow the stories of Thoth and Ra, the wind, the river, the stars, and the moon to fill your mind. Hear the trickling of the river and the swaying of the palm trees as the artists, magicians, scribes, merchants, farmers, and pharaohs lay down to rest. A Dartmoor Dream. I'll leave you here to dream with them the magic of the stars and the stories of Thoth weaving in and out of your dreams. You are standing on the brow of a hill. You can sense the wide expanse of land and sky all around you. There's a cool but welcoming breeze on your skin, and you can hear the gentle sound of lilting birdsong, whereas the eye can see are hills and plains, brownish, green, and thick with wilderness. The landscape is dotted with small forests and fields. They stand out like little swatches of emerald and olive green on a huge patchwork quilt. Here and there, at the tops of other hills, there are gray, smooth rocks that protrude out of the ground like teeth. These are called tors, and they are magical places. For generations, these marks on the landscape have inspired stories and fairy tales. Perhaps some of them, or all of them, are true, you think. It's easy to believe, standing here in this ancient and mysterious place. You take a moment to breathe in this wild landscape. As you do so, you notice its soothing quality. Vast sense of peace and groundedness is carried on the soft wind, and it greets your body like an old friend. The grass underfoot, short and curiously springy. In front of you lies a torp. It is made up of large, rounded rocks, but although they are mostly rounded shape, they still look rough and rugged on the surface. They are piled up on top of each other, held together by nature and creeping moss. The tour rises above you, invitingly and majestically. You gently pad towards it, extend your hand. Your palm brushes the granite of the rock, and you sense the lingering warmth of today's sun baked into it. You take a moment to feel the solid, dependable quality of this ancient material and allow your body to absorb it. It feels like a whisper on the wind, prompts you to turn your head to the left. This side of you, the tour gives way, like dominoes that have fallen into a lush green hillock. The land is level and rich with long grasses, coiled ferns, and clumps of reedy growth. Rising out of this green land is a cluster of bushes, not much taller than your shoulder. They carry green, spiked leaves and are crowned with small, bright yellow flowers that look similar to sweet peas. Orchids. This is gorse, and it grows abundantly on the moor. You notice that there are 2 mossy boulders hidden in the gorse. The ground is clear around them, and there is a perfect gap between them. It's as if a portal lies there that is warmly inviting you to go through it. You make your way to the gorse, noticing the curious scent of coconut that the flowers emit. You approach the boulders in quiet reverence. This place seems to reassure you that what it has to show you is peaceful and wondrous. You know instinctively that this is the start of your journey, and that Dartmoor will hold you gently in its embrace, lightly, evenly. You move towards the space between the boulders. You feel a deep sense of peace sweep over you. Feel your body tug you into a more relaxed state. You notice a gentle shimmering in the air. Could this really be a portal, you wonder? As you enter the shimmering air, it's as if you are passing through a cool sheet of relaxation. You close your eyes as you move your face through it. When you open them again, you realize that you have been lovingly transported to an ancient, beautiful woodland. For a moment, you pause to take in the mystical sight around you. Hundreds of curiously stunted oak trees adorned in silvery lichen and frilly deep green moss surround you. The air is peaceful and heavy with a sense of history and wisdom. This is Wistman's Wood, and it is the last remains of the old forest that once covered much of Dartmoor thousands of years ago. You notice the twisted and contoured trunks of the trees that formed in much cooler climates. And you take another moment to savor this amazing piece of living history and allow yourself to connect deeply with the earth. You quietly move through this astounding forest, seeing more and more of the lichen that hang from the branches of each tree, like old beards on wise men. As you make your way through it, you notice how any tension in your body is being gently absorbed by your surroundings. You take an even breath in, filling your lungs with the magical air all around. It seems to flow through your body, healing and nourishing you. It encourages any remaining tension to flow out of you and dissolve into this place, which happily takes it, converting it into new growth. You continue on through Wistman's Wood. Soon, you sense that you are being pulled towards the fringes of the wood, where it meets with open moorland. You allow yourself to move that way, watching the shade of the wood thinning out. As you reach its perimeter, you emerge from the trees onto the moorland to see that you are in a vast, barren valley. You take in this amazing sweep of land, feeling deeply humbled by it. Rising up around this valley, a sloping hill crisscrossed with paths made by animals. The sight draws you onwards. Continuing your journey, you walk through this valley. The further you travel across it, the more you appreciate the raw magnificence of this place. The ground is sloping upwards now, and you are easily climbing it. The slope breaks into the crest of a small hill. Grazing peacefully on it is a herd of wild ponies. They are the natural guardians of this land, and their hoof prints are said to have been found in archaeological digs that date back 3,500 years. You are so close to these peaceful creatures. They are not afraid of you, nor you of them, as you observe them. You begin to sense their energy. Their tangled manes flutter in the breeze, and they blink slowly, lovingly to you. You sense that they are here to guide you, as if by the same magic that pulled you through the shimmering air on the moor. They allow you to join the middle of their group. You notice their beautiful colors: gray, white, chestnut, brown, mottled hazel, and almost black. They taut their manes together, and each raises their left hoof. The ponies bring their hooves down simultaneously. As they do so, you feel yourself lifted above the ground. Ponies lurch forwards, breaking into a canter. They seem to carry you with them, and you watch their powerful limbs as they speed into a gallop. You are galloping with these wild creatures across the moorland, but opening sense of freedom and joy blooms in your chest. You watch the rugged moor pass by, smell the earthy scent of the ground, being churned under the pony's hooves, and feel the air whipping around your face. The landscape begins to change. You notice a different kind of forest up ahead. The familiar scent of pine drifts towards you, and you realize that this forest is made up of tall, towering pine trees. As you draw closer to it, you feel the ponies slowing down. Eventually, they slow to a walk, and then finally, a stop right in front of this magnificent pine forest. You thank your guides calmly to begin to move into the trees. This forest is cool and shady. The trees climb high above you, and the ground is carpeted deep green mosses. You notice the shafts of gentle sunlight that filter through the branches. It is quiet and still here after the joyous expanse of the moor. As you wander through these unfamiliar trees, you begin to sense the traces of other people. Perhaps settlers that lived here many years ago would have used this wood for their homes or fires. You can almost smell wood smoke in the breeze. It's as if the distant sound of children running through these trees now reverberates through the years. You can imagine them laughing and playing. Then perhaps older children gathering them together to return home for dinner. Or perhaps you can imagine people walking here together, savoring the peace and stillness of the forest, stealing special moments with each other. On summer evenings, when the light is warm and the breeze mellow, as you pass through these slumbering memories held in this great forest, you become aware of how grateful you feel to be here. The sound of a gently babbling stream reaches your ears. You realize that it must be nearby, so you use your senses to wander towards it. The trees start to thin. You can see more and more open spaces, and the sound of the stream is becoming clearer, crisper. You emerge from the forest onto grassy land. There, a few meters in front of you, is the stream, shallow but perfectly clear. It cascades and bubbles. You allow your eyes to trace it upstream, and to your delight, you see an old stone bridge. It is short and squat, but perfectly joins this bank of the stream to the other. The stone is rough and worn, surely built in medieval times. The memories of other settlers come back to you as you marvel at the skill and craftsmanship of this sweet bridge. You see that it's made from the same gray granite as the tours you encountered earlier. As you cross it, you brush it with your hand and feel the lingering touch of thousands before you who have crossed this bridge. The bridge leads you away from the forest. In front of you is a clear path towards open moorland. The small stones beneath you crunch with your movement. Here you feel just as peaceful and at ease as ever. You sense that you are nearing something magnificent, but you allow your pace to be easy and steady. There is no need to rush in this timeless place. Path curves around, passes through an old stone wall. Here, the rocks have been piled expertly, needing no cement or binding to keep them together. Yellow rings of lichen grow on them, marking their age and the weather they have endured. You pass through the gap that the path makes in this wall and into what would have been a large pasture. You continue through this pasture as it spreads into wide, wild space. Here, you notice small objects on the ground, like tiny towers in the distance. As you come closer, you realize that these are flat, hefty chunks of rock that have been arranged in a circle. They stand no higher than your waist, but they feel as important as the trees and tours you have journeyed with on the moor. You feel a powerful sense of reverence as you understand that this is a circle. Circle placed here thousands of years ago by prehistoric people. Every stone rises out of the ground purposefully and evenly. Each one has been carefully selected and positioned for a reason that you can only guess. As you reach its perimeter, you slow to a stop. You take in this strange and beautiful sight. Your body naturally takes a deep, slow breath. Feel your lungs expand and then soften as the air flows back out. For some time, you relish the profound comfort it brings. You're enjoying this special moment, standing on the edge of the stone circle, when you notice a dip in the center of it, like a little trench or burrow. You move instinctively towards it, passing through the stone circle. Then you realize something wonderful. Nestled in this impression in the earth is a beautiful bed. It is held on smooth oak branches, and luscious moss surrounds it. The mattress is made from soft, natural material and clothed in green cotton sheets. The pillows are plump and the covers are fluffy and inviting. You become aware that your body is heavy, tired, ready to sleep. So you climb down into this beautiful bed, housed in this impression in the earth. As you rest your body on the mattress, you give thanks for its support, comfort. You pull the covers and sheets over you, finding them warm and supple. You feel incredibly safe in this special place. The stones of the circle are protecting you, guarding you. The light of the day begins to fade, and as your head sinks into the pillow, you feel your body preparing for sleep. Wonderful memories of Dartmoor hold you as your breathing deepens and slows. you are filled with a sense of gratitude and wonder for this amazing land. Quietly, you allow your mind to be still and your thoughts to be at peace. You know that the gifts of this journey will still be with you in the morning. So you smile as you drift off, a blissful, restorative sleep. Why the sun and moon came to the sky. Long, long ago, at a time before human memory, the world looked very different. Yes, all of the familiar features of the earth and sky were there. However, they did not divide themselves in the way they do now. The brown and green land did not isolate itself from the water. At least, not all the time. The ocean and the features of the earth did not remain separate from the planets and stars in the sky. Instead, these building blocks of the world existed in tandem: the sun and moon, the water, and the land. Were all very friendly with one another, mingling happily. The sun and the moon were the king and queen of the air. They were good neighbors to the sea god and the creatures of the land. They were very well liked. The Sun King was, after all, a very handsome and generous fellow. He naturally impressed everyone, no matter where he went. His golden rays and warm, radiant gifts were welcomed by all. It seemed that prosperity sprang up wherever he visited, and his neighbors were glad to receive him. Even better, his ethereal and beautiful wife, the moon, traveled in his wake. When he had taken his brightness away in the evening, she lit the dark night with her gentle glow. Her cool and steadfast illumination kept all the creatures of the earth from being afraid. The sun and the moon paid frequent visits to the god of the sea. Although the sea god's many subjects were happily accustomed to the chill and the moody depths of the ocean, they welcomed the Sun King's brilliant sunbeams at times. For what use was the colorful beauty of the undersea world without a little bit of light to show it off? When the Sun King or the Moon Queen lit the waters, the dolphins and other fish would leap gladly into the air. Then they would plunge ecstatically back into their watery home. These moments in the sun brought them joy. The sun and moon were very social, and they often paid visits. However, after countless years of being guests of the sea god, they began to wonder why he did not come to see them. The sun and the moon began to ask each other what the reason for that could be. The Sun King suggested, perhaps, the sea god feared that their home would be too warm for him. In response, the Moon Queen wondered if it was too bright. After considering various possibilities, they agreed that the sea god might just be very polite, and that he was waiting to be invited. After all, they had never thought such a formality would be necessary, and they had not suggested a visit. Determined to remedy the situation, they prepared to pay the ocean waters a visit. The sun put on his shining gold traveling coat, which sparkled brilliantly. It created a halo of light around him. The moon put on her most beautiful gown. It was a gauzy alabaster white robe that seemed illuminated from within. Whenever she moved, tiny stars twinkled from the folds of her skirt. Attired in their best, the royal couple ventured forth to the water's edge. Once there, they called out to the little creatures who played in the surf, asking them to summon the sea god. Feeling very important, the tiny crabs, the shining fishes, and the wispy jellyfish floated downward into the heart of the ocean, happy to tell their ruler that his friends were near. While the sun and moon waited, they enjoyed watching the colorful underwater creatures who surfaced to bask in their brilliant aura. Their presence set the water dancing with light, as if diamonds floated on the waves. Soon, the approach of the sea god was heralded by a swelling of the waters. The waves broke majestically and foamed on the beach. The sea god always brought energy with him wherever he went. He arose from the water and called out a jovial welcome to his friends. The sea god was a strong, bearded fellow who wore a heavy gold crown. His shoulders bore a glistening mantle of many colored shells. He was the very essence of the powerful ocean. Together, the sea god, the sun king, and the moon queen passed a happy afternoon on the beach. They spoke of their latest news, or the events in their respective kingdoms, and of the creatures in the sky and in the waters. When it was nearly time to go, the Sun King got to the point of his visit. He asked the sea god why he had never come to visit them, and what might induce him to do so. The sun admitted that he was wondering if he and the Moon Queen had unwittingly sighted the sea god in some way, for he had never come knocking at their door. He said they would dearly love to return the sea god's hospitality of many years. At this, the great bearded god smiled kindly and chuckled with good nature, placing his hand on the Sun King's shining golden arm. He said he would very much enjoy a visit, but that he had sought only to be polite. He explained that wherever he traveled, the water and its creatures had to come with him. And while he did not mind taking them along, he feared that the home of the Sun King and the Moon Queen would be overwhelmed by their numbers. In short, he could only visit if they had a very, very large palace in which to hold the ocean. At this, the Moon Queen clapped her hands together with delight. She assured the sea god that they would expand to fit him. She said that it would be their pleasure to build the grandest, most spacious palace the world had ever known, with many large rooms. Surely, It would hold all of his dear little creatures and his friends and family. The Sun King nodded in agreement. They would make it so. The king and queen bid their friend a warm farewell, saying they would send an invitation when their house was ready. With a parting wave, the sea god sank back into the glittering waters of his domain. He looked forward to paying them a visit when the preparations were complete. On their journey home, the luminescent couple discussed their plans. They would build a palace worthy of many guests. It would have soaring ceilings, graceful arches, and large ballrooms. There would be countless bedrooms with enormous windows. Large terraces would make room for the water. It was a glorious vision. Building this grand residence took an entire year. During that time, they were very busy. With great detail, they employed all the creatures of the heavens to realize their vision, working every day. When the dwelling was finally complete, everyone who saw it proclaimed it to be the grandest in the world. Front doors of the palace were 2 stories tall. The ceilings of the reception rooms, the hallways, and the ballroom almost seemed to disappear into the sky. The Moon Queen had decreed that murals should be painted on them, mimicking the clouds in the heavens. Fresh breezes floated through the hallways, entering through elegant open windows. Rich chandeliers graced each room, twinkling as if they were made of stars. The king and queen felt confident they had built a home that was fit to receive their ocean dwelling friend and all his people. When they were ready, the royal couple summoned an eagle and asked him if he would deliver an invitation to the god of the sea. The noble bird gladly agreed, wrote their missive on a scroll, and tied it with a glittering gold ribbon. Then the eagle took the pretty thing in his talons and disappeared into the sky. Flapping his powerful wings, he rose over the trees like a kite. The bird traveled quickly. When he reached the water, he cried out to the ocean dwellers below. A dolphin popped its nose out of the water, nodding joyfully. The giant eagle soared gracefully downward and deposited the scroll in its open jaw. The dolphin then leapt smoothly back into the waters, and the bird soared up and disappeared again, returning to the skies over the land. The sun god received his elegant invitation with delight. He dispatched a massive school of shining fish to spread the word. The sea would be traveling to the palace of the sun and the moon, he told his subjects. All were invited. Wriggling with anticipation, the countless tiny fishes dispersed in little schools. They spread the news quickly and efficiently to all the diverse creatures of the sea. The mighty ruler of the waters attired himself in his most dazzling robe and polished his trident to a high shine. When he was ready, he led the way towards the new palace of the Sun King and the Moon Queen, following instructions they had shared in the scroll. First, he made his way over the sugary, white and yellow sands of the beach. He ventured through the shady glens of the ancient forests. In doing so, he took the waters with him. He caused them to swell, and over the powdery sands, flowing over land that had scarcely seen the tide before. Then he channeled the rushing sea through the wide paths of the forest. As he did, he floated on his back, marveling at the swaying trees that danced above his head, playing tricks with the light. He was fascinated by this journey because he had never traveled this far onto the land before. When the trees parted, he continued across the grassy plains. The salt water rushed onward, emerging and spreading out over the lush green grasses and waving wildflowers of the plains. Here, he recognized the wide skies that hung over the ocean. He felt some relief to be back under a familiar canopy of blue. Lastly, as he floated to the end of the grassy meadows, he got his first glimpses of the hills. They pushed up from the earth, rugged in some places, and gently rolling in others. Then, finally, as promised, he saw their house perched in the foothills. The palace was both vast, and its towers stretched toward the sky, with myriad windows in each level. Its balconies spread generously outwards. They were welcoming and spacious. He could see that the sun and moon had made every effort to create space for him and for all of his ocean-dwelling creatures. They had certainly come with him. As the water rushed inland, so too did the fishes, the squid, and the little animals in their shells. The sea, living mammals were there as well. Dolphins and whales followed in his wake. Of course, there were also mermaids, who were very plentiful in that time. In fact, the mermaids were probably the most excited of all, because they always enjoyed a fine party. Up in the foothills, the king and queen had been watching for their friend's arrival ever since the eagle returned. Standing on the enormous terrace of the house, they patiently watched in the direction of the coastal waters, happily anticipating this visit. When the blue and green water finally came into view, rushing from the plains, the queen clapped her hands together with delight. She called out to the servants to prepare for their guests. All the doors were opened wide. The god of the sea arrived first, his cloak a vision of shimmering beauty, and his tridents sparkling in the rays that came from the sun. With him, the cool waters of the ocean, which were soon eagerly exploring the steps and then the veranda. The gentle waves ran smoothly into the ground floor of the house, pooling quickly in every depression or crevice, then rising upward. This created a path for the ocean, dwelling creatures to enter. First came the little tiny ones, swimming freely in the first few inches of shallow waters that filled the ballroom. Like tiny emissaries, the animals quickly fanned out, taking in this strange new place. Glistening in shades of silver and gold and blue and purple, they soon covered every room in the ground floor of the house. They shimmered over the elegant white finish of the marble floors which lay beneath the waters. The king and queen stood and talked happily with the sea god. While this was happening, they had expected some flooding and were not bothered by it. The waters did continue rising, however. As the depth increased, larger creatures were able to enter a massive squid, squeezed itself comically through the door, floating awkwardly inside. Crepes and lobsters crawled over the windowsills, flopping into the interior of the palace. Naturally, some seaweed flowed in, along with everything else. The plants did not like to be left out of the fun. Before long, the queen found that her elegant gown was floating around her like an island of gauze. Being extremely well-mannered, she acted like nothing was amiss. However, it concerned her a little bit that the water was already more than waist high. The sea god couldn't help noting her discomfort. He asked if he should stop his people from coming in. But the queen dismissed this notion. She told him all his creatures were welcome, and that the house was quite sure to be big enough in the end. Taking her at her word, he continued to allow the water to flow inside. Now that it was shoulder deep on the king and queen, the array of swimming guests became truly impressive. The dolphins splashed playfully into the ballroom and engaged in a boisterous dance. The sharks slid gracefully through the flooded windows, circling the room like crafty wallflowers. Most beautiful, however, were the mermaids. With their multi-hued scales glittering in the sun, they swam gracefully onto the terrace. Like dances, they dipped and splashed, some perching on the railing, and others floating and sunning themselves. Looking around, the Sun King found himself wondering how any additional sea creatures could possibly exist. It seemed they were all here in his house. The water continued to rise, though. Soon, the god of the sea asked if they should perhaps move to the second floor of the house, or, he added, should he stop his people from coming now? Ever gracious, the king and queen again assured him that there was no need to limit the guests. They did, however, agree that it would be easier to continue socializing from an upper floor. Alas, this solution was short-lived. The royal couple soon found themselves waist deep in water, on the second floor as well. While they continued to insist that their house had room for everyone, they found it necessary to rise upward again, this time to the uppermost floor of the house. At this point, the god of the sea politely excused himself. He had noticed a commotion coming from the ballroom, and he suspected that there was a squabble happening between the jellyfish and the sea urchins, both of which tended to be rather impatient and territorial. Excusing himself, he dove down through the waters to the submerged ground floor and disappeared. The Sun King and the Moon Queen tried to wait for him, but they found themselves treading water and retreated to one of the tall towers that jutted skyward out of the house, slowly climbing the spiral staircase of the turret. They were only ever a few steps ahead of the rushing waves. Finally alone, they looked at each other with a rueful smile. It was obvious to both of them that, despite their hopes, their enormous house had not been big enough to receive the entire population of the sea. Peeking out the window at the top of the turret, they could see the party in full swing down below, covering every surface. As they stood there trying to figure out what to do, the trusty eagle flew by. The Moon Queen called out to him and asked him if he might be able to rescue them from their predicament. Flapping his powerful wings, he hovered near the turret. The sun and moon gratefully squeezed through the window and climbed onto his back. Then, pushing off with a mighty surge, the eagle rose into the sky. He flew higher than the tops of the mountains and up through the clouds. As they climbed in altitude, the Sun King and the Moon Queen glanced below them at their palace, which was now just another part of the ocean. Then they both laughed and shook their heads. Looking at each other with a shrug, they sprang from the eagle's back and waved goodbye to him, floating up into the sky. As much as they had enjoyed meeting the creatures of the sea, they were so relieved to once again be where it was quiet and dry. All around them, the stars glittered peacefully with excitement at their arrival. So it was that they decided to stay. After that time, the sun and moon still generously shared their light day and night. With the land and the sea, they chose to do it from a safe distance. Forevermore, they made the sky their home, while the god of the sea spread out over his own watery domain. And that is how the world has happily remained to this day. A mermaid's dreamy tale. Every legend and every fairy tale has some kernel of truth to it. The legend of Mala is no exception. Her story is a tale of finding one's place in the well. On the island that is now named after her, visitors flock to the shore to seek out the famed mystical watchtower, where the legend is rumored to have begun. The tower is very old, and it is covered all over with drawings and etchings of tails, fins, flukes, and mermaids. No one knows how old this tower is, or who made these markings. But one thing is for sure. They say the tower is from the legend of Mala, the girl who helped the underwater world and was rewarded in turn with a gift that she just couldn't refuse. Marla was a young girl when she first felt the cool of the ocean. She couldn't explain it. It was like some invisible force, some tether, physically pulled her towards the water's edge, where she'd stand, mesmerized, more than any other feeling in the world. That tug was consistent. She simply believed it to be her wonder and joy at the majestic blue expanse of the ocean, and her inexplicable love for swimming and exploring. Believing that every other child felt that same pull, Marla never really questioned it. She grew up in a small cottage in the southern isles of the continent and was raised by a local healer named Louise. Most of the time, Marla was content. And yet, she always felt a little out of place, except when she was on the beach near the water, which called to her. She would feel that unseen tether pulling her to the shore at all hours of the day and night, and she would go to the water by the mysterious tower on the beach. It was set within the rocky cliffs that tangled their way around the western side of the small island. Marla visited the secluded beach so many times as a child. Her guardian, Louise, chalked it up to a curiosity about nature. And so, as Marla grew older, Louise granted her more and more freedom to explore. Every moment of that freedom saw Marla swimming in the waters by the tower, that otherworldly structure decorated in exquisite etchings of mermaids and underwater life. There weren't many children her age in the village, so Marla didn't have many friends. At times, she longed for companionship and adventure. When she was at the beach or swimming in those sparkling cerulean waters, she felt like she was surrounded by things to explore. Sometimes she would comb the glittering expanse of sand for the rare and precious blue pearls that the island was known for. Nowhere else in the world had this kind of pearl. These pearls were larger than regular ones, and so beautiful, shining in shades of aquamarine and sky blue, that they were rumored to be the most wondrous things in all the world, either on land or in the water, if you were lucky enough to find one and pick it up. You could spend hours gazing at its shimmering iridescence, kind of flickering bluish green light that shone so brightly it almost seemed as if it was lit up from within. It was said that magic, real magic, the kind that made kingdoms quake and oceans roar, existed inside of those pearls. They must only exist in legend, Marla thought, as she had never seen one on any of her countless beach excursions. Neither had Louise, who had seen and done nearly everything that could be seen or done. Louise did have a few of the lesser pals, the smaller, duller sisters to the magical ones. The healer used them in her poultices and tonics, as even they had healing properties. If Marla were to say anyone was truly her friend, she would say that Louise was, despite the age difference. Or perhaps because of it, the two enjoyed their time together. Over the years, Louise had learned all of Mahler's quirks. For example, the only kinds of food that Mahler liked to eat were fresh vegetables, plants, or seafood. Louise always joked that Marla was more suited to living underwater than anywhere else. Night after night, Louise sat by her bedside, regaling her with amazing stories. It was Louise who told her of the mermaids of old, which were Marla's favorite tales of all. Perhaps it was those stories that instilled in Marla a belief in the creatures of the deep blue sea, the ones that were also etched at Stone Tower that she loved to explore. The ocean was vast, almost endless. Who knew what truly existed beneath the waves? It would be no surprise that these mermaids Louise spoke of loved, cared, wished, and dreamed, just as the humans on land did. When she wasn't at the beach swimming or playing at the tower, Marla was at the healer's shop, helping Louise with the preparation of potions or tonics. She would often stay long into the evening to listen to every story the older woman shared with her. Mermaids weren't the only fantastical creatures Louise spoke of. There were also stories of fairies on land who communed with nature. Every plant, bird, and insect spoke to the fairies, keeping them apprised of all the happenings. Fairies even knew about Marla, Louise said with a wink, for they knew about everything and everyone. Those stories brought such wonder to Marla. Oh, how she yearned to see the fairies and mermaids for herself, to witness those stories come to life. She would often stay up long after dark, dreaming of such things, of becoming so attuned to nature that she could communicate with all of it. There was no doubt in her mind that these magical creatures existed and could do these amazing things that Louise spoke of. Everything just made more sense if they were real, Marla thought. To Marla, the healer's stories were more than just tall tales. When she heard them, they tugged at her, just like when she felt that pull to the ocean. It was as though they were imbued with a magic of their own. She never dismissed those feelings. She was sure that there was something magical pulling that tether. And sometimes, she even thought that she could hear whispers spoken to her whenever she was outside, especially near the beak. Marla knew deep down that one day her dreams would come true, that she would see those creatures of lore for herself. Her unwavering hope and belief kept her anchored in those dreams. According to the legend, those dreams came true. The day Marla felt the most earnest tug she'd ever felt. As usual, it brought her to the water's edge by the tower. Marla had been helping Louise plant flowers in her garden when it happened. She put everything down and left, making her excuses to Louise, who smiled, yet said nothing as the girl rushed across town towards the water. Marla was standing on the rocky shore right by the tower when the moment she'd been waiting for finally arrived. She saw a girl's head slowly rise above the water's surface. But this was no ordinary girl. A swirl of purple, blue, and green hair pooled around her, and a set of bright emerald green eyes stared into her own. Without even having to see the similarly colored tail beneath the surface, Marla knew right then and there that this girl was a mermaid. Transfixed, Marla stared back until the mermaid waved her webbed hand, motioning for Marla to come towards her. Not wasting another moment, Marla splashed into the water and swam right for the creature, her excitement a tangible thing. Upon reaching the mermaid, it was all Marla could do not to stare at her beauty. She was so stunning. The mermaid opened her mouth to speak to Marla, only for a stream of garbled sounds to pour out. As Marla raised an eyebrow, clearly not understanding, the mermaid sighed and then signaled for her to duck underwater. It was one thing to meet a real mermaid, but what happened next was even more extraordinary. The beautiful, ethereal mermaid brushed Marla's forehead with her fingertip. The second her smooth hand touched the girl's skin, there was a flash of green that pierced through the darkness of the water. And then, all of a sudden, Marla could see and hear everything, and she could breathe underwater. Her surprise and joy must have been evident. The mermaid grinned as she introduced herself as Vera. Marla could only glance around in awe at her surroundings. At the now crystal clear water, she could see far into the distance and far below her. Each and every detail was rendered infinitely clearer and more nuanced. She could see every sliver of sunlight dancing through the water, each individual scale of every fish in sight, and the myriad glittering blue, green scales of Vera's tail. She was mesmerized by the way every flicker of movement sent shafts of iridescence into the water, and Vera's voice was a symphony of sound, traveling effortlessly through the water. It was simply astounding, more magical than anything Marla had imagined, even in her wildest dreams. Vera waited for a moment, giving Marla time to take in her heightened senses and adjust to the changes. Then, she took the girl's hand in her own and asked her for help. She explained that Marla had been summoned here to the underwater kingdom, the world of the mermaids, for a reason. Vera told Marla that she was special. She could hear the call of the deep. That was why she had been chosen for this quest. And that also explained why Marla had always felt that inexplicable pull to the water. Marla listened wide-eyed as Vera began to recount the story of the Mermaid Queen. The queen had lost a sacred heirloom. It was a string of blue pearls, the same pearls that Marla had heard about in stories. Queen treasured this magical necklace, having worn it her whole life. It was priceless, and it had been missing for a while now. At last, the queen had asked for help. She asked Vera to send out a call through the water and over the land. The mermaids knew that only those who loved the ocean and believed in the existence of their species could succeed in getting the necklace back. Call for help had gone out, said Vera, and now here they were. Marla was the only one who had shown up, without a trace of fear or trepidation, and with only wonder and bravery in her heart. Should the girl complete the task and help the Mermaid Queen, a generous reward would await her. Marla was amazed at this turn of events. It was a quest, a real life quest. She could hardly believe that she had been chosen for such an honor. She squeezed Vera's hand and beamed at her, telling her that, of course, she would help the mermaids. Besides, she knew the island like the back of her hand. Vera hugged Marla's neck, her tail swishing through the water as she wrapped around the gull in an embrace. Then she pulled back and opened her hand to reveal the most beautiful thing Marla had ever seen. A real blue pearl. It was smaller than what she'd imagined after hearing all the stories. Vera told her that the blue pearl possessed enough inherent magic to aid Marla in her task. Handing the pearl to Marla, Vera explained that it would help lead her to the necklace. Like calls to like, she said, as is the way of all things. Marla clung to the pearl and nodded, telling the mermaid that she would do her best. After retrieving the pearl, said Vera, Marla should go to the tower. On the shore, by the base of the tower, was a small niche in which a bell hung. It had always been ignored, viewed as part of the tower's enigma, but Mahler learned that it was there for a reason. The mermaids would hear the bell, and Vera would know to come for her. The two embraced again, and Vera once more extended out her palm to rest on Marla's forehead, removing her magic so that Marla could return to the land and begin her quest. As Marla felt the magic leave, and her body and senses returned to normal, she swam to the shore. When she reached it, she waded through the surf, all the while gazing intently at the blue pearl in her hand. It was faintly pulsing with power. Mala plopped down on the sand so she could dry off a bit before beginning her search for the blue pearl necklace. The whole experience felt surreal, yet it also felt so right, as if she had been made for this very thing in this moment of time. She couldn't think of a greater honor than to help the mermaids. And so, with the rest of the day ahead of her, she got to her feet. Clutching the pearl tightly in her hand, she began her search. She wasn't quite sure how the magic and the pearls worked, but she could feel the power of the one in her hand, and she assumed that it would increase the closer she got to the necklace. Marla decided that the best course of action would be to try different directions and see which produced the most intense reaction from the pearl. Choosing to go north first, she started to walk towards the center of town. The longer she walked, the less the pearl seemed to throb. Taking that as an answer, Marla then retraced her steps, and this time chose to go east. East took her along the rocky shore of the beat, and it didn't take much time at all for her to feel the decrease in the power of the pearl. Retracing her steps once again, and considering that south would lead her right back into the water, she then went west, past the tower by the cliffs, and sure enough, the pearl began to throb and hum in her hand, its intensity growing by the second. Delighted to be heading in the right direction, Mala sang a jaunty tune while she walked. By now, the sun was hanging high in the bright blue sky. She passed by beachside cottages, brilliant green clusters of palm trees, stopping to eat some of the delicate fruit. It tasted so sweet and juicy. Resuming her walk, it wasn't long before the pearl grew so hot and hummed so loud in her hand that she knew she had arrived at the place where the necklace must be. The area was a small grove of trees, a little way inland. With ample shade, Mala began to comb the area, keeping her eyes peeled for that telltale glimmer of iridescent aquamarine, which would match the color of the pearl she carried with her. She shuffled through the brush and looked along every inch of ground. She circled every tree and searched every nook and cranny. But it wasn't until she turned her face up to look higher into the trees that she saw it, something shimmering in a bird's nest in a tree close to her. When she got closer, she realized that the necklace was draped over the nest. It had obviously been taken by magpies, who were notorious for being treasure seekers. It made perfect sense, and thankfully, the family of birds weren't home, so she could easily retrieve the precious item. Scanning the tree, she found that there were several branches she could use to hoist herself up and climb to the nest. Mala put the pearl in her pocket. Then she took a running jump to grab onto the lowest branch, swinging herself and onto it. Good thing she was nimble, she thought. As she surveyed the branch above, she scurried up the tree quickly. Soon, she was within reach of the nest. With trembling hands, she reached out and gently pried the necklace from the magpie's nest. Vera had told her of the necklace's beauty, but there were no words for just how beautiful the string of blue pearls really was, and the magic it contained was impossible to ignore. It absolutely radiated power, and it shone so bright that it was almost hard to look at. Mala didn't waste any time in slipping the necklace over her head as she shimmied down the tree, jumping from the last branch to land on the ground. Her knees shook a little, but she remained upright. She touched the necklace one last time, savoring the thrill of power she felt before she set off for the beach. Reaching the tower, Mala began to circle it, looking for the niche. When she found it, she stuck her hand in and rang the bell just once, knowing that this was all that was needed. Then she went down to the shore and waited. It was only a matter of moments before Vera's head popped up out of the water. Mala made her way through the surf and swam to reach the mermaid. The second she did, she followed the same steps as before, going under and letting Vera place her palm on her forehead so that she could breathe and speak to her. She excitedly handed Vera the glorious necklace as she told the tale of how and where she found it. All Vera could do was shake her head in amazement. Marla had brought back the most precious object, the Mermaid Kingdom. They were all so grateful, said Vera. The only gift that the Queen could think to give her was one that made Mala's eyes go wide. Vera explained that the Queen was offering the girl the gift of a lifetime to become a mermaid herself if she so desired. It took Mala all of a second to respond. Yes, she said. Yes. To live underwater, to become a mermaid, Mala couldn't wish for anything more. She accepted the offer then and there and gained her stunning mermaid tail that very moment. It is said that Mala found her people, the mer people that is, underwater. She finally found her home. That day. That is the legend of Mala, the legend of a mere mortal, a human being, helping a kingdom and becoming a mermaid herself. It is a story of finding one's place in the world through the power of belief in magic and things unseen. To utter the words, "Once upon a time," is to foreshadow a story of magic. When we hear that familiar phrase, we know there will be heroic and brave characters, or that we're about to discover an enchanted castle resting under a spell. But beyond the royal matches and courageous quests of those well-known tales, once upon a time, there was an even deeper magic. It thrived quietly, unobserved, in the wild places beyond the castle walls. Night of the Black Crows. There, it was free to do its work, out of the sight of normal people. Some of the unsung heroes in the world of Once Upon a Time were familiarly known as witches, and it's no secret they didn't have a very good reputation, cast as the villain in more than one story of princes and princesses. These wise women of magic were often regarded with suspicion and mistrust. However, anyone who truly learned the secrets of their arts also knew that witches did a lot of good, even if they rarely received any credit. While they were solitary figures by nature, these dames of the enchanted world did not do their work without companionship. Although human visitors were scarce, almost every witch eventually adopted some type of animal familiar. Now, we tend to think of witches and cats as being linked, but the truth is that cats are creatures of civilization. They live and thrive near people. In keeping with their taste for privacy, witches prefer animals who crave the secrecy of the hidden places where a wise woman can best do her work. This brings us to our story. You'll find that it's about one such animal, Familiar. This witch's companion happens to be a very intelligent crow. You may have first met this mysterious bird as a small player in another story, but now you will hear the bird's own beautiful, dark tale. Let's go back to a new kind of beginning. It starts with the practitioner of good magic, who claimed the crow as her friend. Once upon a time, in a humble part of the world of kings, queens, and castles, there was an ordinary village girl. Her name was Hester. As a child, she was very bright and inquisitive. Her family was not wealthy, and there was no opportunity for her to go to school. However, she applied herself with enthusiasm to any or trade that she undertook. Household tasks bored her, but she could be seen asking questions of the merchants, the tradespeople, and the wandering travelers who passed through the town. Hester was a good girl who tried to be responsible. However, once in a while, she was late completing her chores when she lost track of time somewhere. There was so much to see out in the world that staying in her parents' house or in the small gardens around it felt stifling. One chore that Testa liked best was caring for the family's small flock of geese. She was quite good at it, and she seemed to be more successful than anyone at keeping the birds happy and getting them to produce lots of eggs. In general, she had a very soft spot for animals and could often be found lingering with a neighborhood cat or tossing crumbs to a squirrel. Unfortunately, all the curiosity in the world could couldn't get a girl like Hester any big opportunities in the villages of far away and long ago. They were such provincial, isolated places. As she grew up, it became more and more obvious that her parents would soon expect her to marry. After all, she was a very pleasant young lady, and she would make a respectable housekeeper. But Hester wasn't interested in a future as a wife tending her cottage in the same village where she was born. She had a growing curiosity about the well, and she dreamed of setting off on a dusty road out of town and seeing what lay beyond. Alas, she couldn't imagine how to do that. Everyone she had ever known lived right where they'd been born. Who among them could tell her how to see the well? It happened that one day a kindly old woman came to town. She was selling medicinal herbs in the market out of a small pushcart, as she always did. Hester lingered inquisitively around the woman, asking about the benefits of one mixture after another. The lady was very obliging, explaining them all. With each herb or remedy explained, Hester's excitement grew. How marvelous, she thought, to so deeply understand the workings of these gifts from nature. Wistfully, she reflected that she would like to learn this important art. Later, as she was tending to her geese, Hester saw the same old woman walking away from town and taking the small path into the forest. All at once, she was seized with the desire to follow her and perhaps beg the lady to teach her. Hester knew that her parents would be fine without her help around the house. She would have been getting married and leaving soon. Anyway, why settle for a future as a wife when she could be a botanist and a healer? With the impulsiveness of youth, she decided to follow on the heels of the mysterious old woman. As night fell and her parents went early to bed, Hester quickly packed a little bit of food and a change of clothing in a cloth bag and slipped out the door, taking a lantern from the front step. She hurried off in the direction of the forest path. She felt sure that with her youthful speed, she could catch up with the woman on the trail through the woods. Hester walked boldly into the embrace of the forest, the lantern casting a glow to light her way. She'd been down this path many times before and had played in the woods as a child, but it was not very long before she'd traveled further than she had ever done before. With the leaves rustling in the darkness and the moon casting an eerie light through the gnarled tree branches, she began to doubt herself a little bit. She pushed down her worries. At this point, she told herself, she must surely be catching up. Such an elderly woman could not go very fast, she reasoned. She was sure that if she kept up her pace, she would come upon the stranger fairly soon. Hester imagined stumbling upon the lady any minute, perhaps curled up by the smoldering ashes of a cozy campfire path became faint, and eventually Hester's lantern burned out. Having come too far to turn back, the girl bravely put one foot in front of the other, using the silvery moonlight and her sense of touch to guess where the cleared path continued. She was now deep in the forest. As the shadows danced around her, playing tricks on her mind, she began to truly regret this adventure. But there was no good place to stop now. Hester pushed onward, and eventually she was rewarded by the lifting of the darkness when the gray light of dawn finally relieved the gloom around her. Just when Hester felt she couldn't walk another step, she heard a woman singing. It was a happy little tune, and the exhausted girl could tell that it was coming from somewhere nearby, just around the bend. Trail widened ahead of her, and following it, Hester stepped into a clearing. In the center, a snug little white cottage sat nestled under a shingled roof. Chickens pecked away around the garden. There was a wooden rack standing off to the side, on which bunches of herbs were hung, drying. Smoke curled from the chimney of the house, suggesting a welcoming fire was ablaze in the hearth. As she gazed upon the cozy scene, dull and tired, she felt oddly like she was suspended in a dream. Blossoms drifted lightly through the air, borne upon sweet breezes. The very trees seemed to lean closer to one another, as if sheltering a secret. From somewhere in the yard, the delicate sound of wind chimes floated towards her. Hester didn't know how long she stood there, but she was pulled from her reverie by the sight of the old woman she'd been following, who emerged from the cottage. The lady saw her and appeared, oddly unsurprised, to find Hester in her garden. Gazing thoughtfully, the kindly-looking lady stood drying her hands on an apron that was tied around her waist. She seemed to be considering the girl carefully. Hester didn't say a word, examining her as well. She took in the woman's long gray hair, tied back loosely, and her well-worn shoes and simple clothing. More than anything, she felt her intelligent gaze appraising her from head to toe. Before Hester could formulate an explanation for her uninvited visit, the woman nodded as if satisfied. Then, behaving like it was the obvious course of action, she told Hester to come along inside and have some breakfast. This was the beginning of Hester's new life, for even she hadn't really thought, deep down, that she was merely following the old woman to make a short visit. A bed was made up for the new arrival, and the girl settled right into life at the cottage. In no time at all, she was sharing the daily chores and learning everything she could about herbs and medicine from her new mentor. Hester felt very at home, living in the little house in the woods. Each day was an adventure, as she slowly came to understand the mysteries of the forest, habits of the animals, the phases of the moon, and even the scents on the wind. These became important sources of information for her as she learned the ways of the wilderness and how to best harness its bounty. She and the old woman got along quite well, as they had similar temperaments, and the younger woman was able to assist her elder with many tasks that had become more difficult for her as she advanced in age. As the weeks and months went on, the wise old lady began to impart greater secrets to her young apprentice. The girl learned that her teacher could interact with nature in such a way that some would call it eidetic. To her, however, casting a spell was merely understanding the ways of the woods, and how her feminine power tapped into her surroundings. And first and foremost, this the wise woman stressed, she always used her knowledge for good. Alongside her, Hester gradually became a benevolent, wise woman as well. Superstitious gossips might have called both of them witches, but the labels of less insightful people didn't much bother them, and they rarely appeared in town. One of the old lady's favorite daily habits was to feed the birds. Most people are suspicious of crows, accusing them of bringing bad luck, or perhaps, rightly so, of stealing food. The good witch in the forest, however, was on excellent terms with an entire flock of these intelligent creatures. Each morning, she would scatter some stale bread for them, inviting them to linger in the garden. In return, they brought her small gifts of appreciation, shiny things, colorful things. Sometimes, Hester could swear they brought her that they whispered to her as she walked among them. More than once, her mentor had stood amid the crows, with one bird resting on her shoulder, and nodded as if she were having a conversation. A single crow, in particular, separated from its flock, and stayed around the cottage all the time. Many people don't realize how sensitive these birds are, but Hester came to understand how satisfying its companionship could be. Listening, helping, or just sitting and observing, the friendly bird seemed to be a part of almost everything the wise woman did there at the little house in the woods. There was a special bond between the majestic dark bird and the good witch. The seasons continued in their unending cycle, and one year blended into another. Then, one day, the witch told Hester that the time had come when she would leave the cottage in the woods and journey to live with her sisters. She was leaving the cottage to Hester to carry on her work. The younger woman was nervous about the idea of losing her mentor. After all, she protested, she had so much to learn. At this, the gray-haired old lady shook her head kindly. She told Hester that she underestimated herself and that she had learned everything she needed to know in order to take her place as the wise woman of the forest. She urged her student to trust herself and what she had become, because she was worthy of this place and its precious magic. Hester woke the next morning. The old woman was gone. The new mistress of the hidden cottage took her tea out into the garden and watched the clearing lighten as the sun rose above the forest. While she stood there, she grappled with the idea that she was now the woman who lived in this cottage, that she was the witch of the woods. In this way, she watched the daylight brighten the land around her. All of a sudden, she was distracted from her thoughts to see the old black crow, which had landed on a nearby branch, cocking its head to the side. It regarded her. Their eyes met, and somehow she knew that this was the last time the old crow would be there. Just as her mentor had retired to the comfort of family, the crow would do the same. She scattered half of her breakfast to the faithful bed, and the crow took it daintily. Then, with a flurry of its raven-colored wings, it was gone. But if Hester feared being alone, she need not have worried. She didn't realize it. But even as she became mistress of this enchanted hideaway, a new familiar would bind itself to her. A new partnership would be forged. She would not be solitary for long. You see, what many people fail to realize about crows is that they live in dedicated family groups, staying together for generations. They even share the upbringing of baby crows. The older brothers and sisters will help tend the nests when their parents are gone. Crows will flock together, sometimes in the thousands, to sleep at night. These groups of birds are unique to all others, having their own dialect. What might sound like a plain call, or a clip, or a rattle to a human ear is nonetheless a language of love. On the occasions when crows must join new flocks, they also have to learn a new dialect in order to fit in. As intelligent as they are, and as much as they are bound to one another, crows also pass down knowledge from one generation to the next. The lessons of life and the warnings of the elders benefit their children and their children's children. And that is how Hester came to have a trusty new friend. When her mentor bequeathed Hester the cottage, the elder crow returned to its flock for good. However, the retiring crow passed the witching legacy onto one of its children. One of the most intelligent, the most sensitive, and the most curious of the old crow's offspring was dispatched with the sacred duty of assisting Hester in her work to help balance the humors of the woodland, to draw upon its bounty for healing, to create wonder and inspiration where there was none. Those were the lifelong pursuits of the good witches and their companions. This mission the young crow gladly accepted. It was, after all, an honor. So it was that one morning soon after, when Hester had fed the crows their crumbs, and almost all of her avian visitors had taken wing and gone on their way. One remained behind, perching itself on a stool near her front door. It watched Hester, turning side to side with its shiny black head, regarding it with a practiced eye. She knew her initiation to the world of wise women was complete. She and the crow would not be separated now. Hester and the crow grew in their wisdom and their friendship as the years went on. Just as her predecessor had noted, the younger wit was ready to claim her position as the benevolent presence of the woodland. She had learned so many important lessons from the older woman, and the most important one of all was that the forest was her best teacher. Even as Hester continued the traditions of her mentor, she made her own discoveries, using secrets that she had learned from the whispering voice of nature, here far from the interference of humans. The ways of the old forest were at their most powerful. Hester occasionally took her remedies to town, offering relief to more than one ailing grandfather or feverish child. When people lost their direction in the forest, she found ways to silently them find their footing again. When grieving hearts crossed her path, she tried her hardest to heal them. Through it all, she did everything in her power to protect her secret well and the animals who made it their home. In all of this, the crow was her main helpmate. It delivered messages, surveyed the land from the sky, and kept her apprised of goings on in the forest. In this way, the seasons waxed and waned, and she and the crow grew older together. But there was one time of the year when the crow always left Hester her own thoughts. On this evening, it would make an overnight pilgrimage to its flock, because the bird's family was its source of strength. At the time, many know as All Hallows' Eve, that moment when autumn reaches its most profound stillness, and humans let loose their traditions to make sense of the dark. That was the night that the crows would meet. At dusk on that day, when Hester had closed her door against the cold and sat rocking by her hearth, the crow would leave its perch and, with her blessing, vanish into the dark forest. It would caw jubilantly as it swiftly cut through the thick canopy and into the cloudy skies. Rising up above the tops of the trees, it would flap its powerful jet, black wings, soaring confidently amid the deepening gloom. Underneath it, a million orange, yellow, red, and brown leaves whispered in unison. Some would be found clinging to their branches for one more hour or one more night. Others were already letting go, make their descent to the forest floor. Then, following an intuition as old as its lineage, the bird would glide to a special place where it knew its family would be found. Diving down again, slicing deftly into the woods, it would gracefully alight on the crumbling stone wall of an abandoned house. This was a place so overgrown with ivy and trees, its path so long been obscured and erased, that it was quite forgotten by civilization. Any human memories were too long distant for it to be found by people. But the crows were still there. What a flock they were. Convergence of many families, known to each other for time out of mind. A group cemented by the great-great-great-grandparents of the birds, who now gathered in this spot, like a living manifestation of midnight. They gently descended upon the old stone ruin in an ebony blanket. Then turning to greet each other, these crows of long acquaintance would begin exchanging their latest news. One elder of the flock might relate how she had soared high above the treetops for many miles, observing the little villages, each separated from the other, like an island in a sea of trees. She would marvel at the knowledge that the people could live their entire lives within their little towns in just this manner. Humans were so limited in their scope, she might say woefully. A younger, more daring crow would tell its brothers and sisters about the summer journey it had made to reach the edge of the forest and see the ocean. When the land-dwelling bird got there, he would have seen a vast stretch of glittering blue water and encountered many large white gulls. The gathered flock would chatter and exclaim at this wondrous story of faraway places. One very humorous member of the flock would probably tell a story of how he and some friends had alarmed people upon the road by throwing down nuts to crack upon the path at their feet. Then, while the people were gathering their wits, the crows might have banded together to snatch bread from their wagons. This story of foolish behavior would, of course, elicit mild disapproval from the older generation of birds who were listening in. One memorable year, Hester's crew shared the most amazing story of all in service to its mistress. The faithful bird had tried to help a group of royal princes who had accidentally become enchanted and turned into swans. Unable to reverse the spell, Hester had asked her familiar to show their sister a method to break the enchantment. Alas, the crow related, the task she had taken on was to be a long one. The bird would have to keep watch over her for some time. In the years following, the crow would tell them how the story had ended with triumph and love. At this type of story, there was much expression of admiration among the gathered families. The role of a witch's familiar was a sacred and important one. The valiant efforts of one member of the family brought status to all the rest. When all the year's stories had been told and the greetings fully exchanged, the group always took flight together, rising in a heavy mass of feathers. the crows dispersed into the air, once again levitating above the trees and reshaping themselves into a dark mantle. As the wispy clouds hid and then revealed the moon, the individuals in the sea of birds flapped their wild wings and headed across the thick carpet of trees, watching All Hallows' Eve unfold beneath them. Within the forest, the animals were alive to the oncoming chill of winter. They scurried and climbed, they burrowed and buried, they took in the peculiar mixture of dead leaves from the ground and wood smoke from the towns. They made haste to get ready for the oncoming lean season because they sensed it in the air. Soaring over the towns, the crews could observe the strange customs of the people below. There were bright, crackling bonfires to be seen, lighting up the farms and the villages. Cakes and other harvest time delights were being shared and celebrated. Costumes were being paraded about, partly to hide their wearers from evil spirits, and partly to entertain their neighbors. Jack-o'-lanterns grinned their unapologetic and lopsided smiles, illuminating the darkness with their foolishness. All this the crows quietly observed from up high, under the cover of darkness, and in the midst of these revelries, they were invisible, masters of stealth, creatures of the deepest night, but also brothers and sisters, parents and children, and keepers of a tradition older than those that these villagers knew. Just as the humans sensed the turning point in the year, so did the animals. It's just that the birds truly understood that the season's most profound purpose was to reconnect with those who came before and bring them full circle to those who were present. On this night, the flock came home to roost. When they had surveyed their forest territory, and the night of All Hallows' Eve was waning, the crows always turned and moved homeward. The night would be quiet now, as the human revelers disappeared behind their front doors. Towns extinguished their flames, and the villagers returned to their warm beds, dreaming of tricks and treats. In the forest, the nocturnal animals went about their usual tasks, hooting and scurrying, hunting and gathering. Then, some years, the clouds pulled away, and with dawn imminent, the moon appeared briefly at her finest. The luminous glow from the sky might reflect on the waterways below, creating silvery veins that twisted through the sparser areas of the landscape. Looking down upon it, the crows would have a feeling of peace. All was as it should be in the world below. Soon, one small family flock always began to break away at a time, heading off to their own resting place. Eventually, as the reunion dispersed, Hester's crew would smoothly diverge from the remaining birds and glide over the treetops in the direction of her cottage. When the journey ended, the bird would find the garden was still quiet. The crow would alight on the stool near her front door and rest. Dawn would be at the moment when the sun was just beginning to paint the sky. The crow would watch as the heavens filled with the pastels that heralded the daylight. Blues and grays seamlessly transition to yellow, orange, and pink. With the day, there was a lingering sense of melancholy. Crow always felt that with the departure of night, the most secret places of the wilderness were temporarily lost. The cover of darkness was such a good friend to magic. But Hester did her best work in the sunlight. The crow's most earnest wish was to continue to help her in manifesting the good magic that followed her wherever she went. Till this time next year, the crow would dedicate itself to that task. And now, because these wild places must remain hidden, we will leave Hester and her crow at this point in the story to live their lives in peace. You must realize, of course, that it's never really at an end. For every enchanted prince or princess, for every distant kingdom, and for every quest, there is another, deeper fairy tale underneath. The true current of magic doesn't end with a palace wedding or a broken spell. It is a river that never runs dry. And that tale will go on forever.